Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jeranism back with another live video for you tonight, today, or this morning, depending on where you're at. So thank you for joining me. To those of you in the chat, thank you to everyone at home. And as I've said lately, to those upside down underneath me and perpendicular to my right and left. Welcome to the show. Glad you're with me. Today's show is why I'm still an extremely enormous guy. So we'll be talking about that. And was that not what you... Oh, no. AE. Azimuthal equidistant. It is the why I'm a circle mapper, if you will. And I want to explain that today and show why I think a ton of people jumped ship. I've even heard some names. I'm not going to mention them, but I've heard some rather kind of surprising people have dropped the circle map. And I think that it all comes down to listening to others and not looking into things deeply yourself, and to really weigh all the options, weigh all the evidence, and decide which ones make sense and which ones don't. And there's some other people out there that are proclaiming certain models or maps make sense when they absolutely do not. Also, they say that nobody has debunked their level or their little design, and that's because they get nobody watching. So it's hard to get anybody to debunk it. And if you were speaking truth and showing things that people wanted to see or that felt real, then you would have a lot of people watching your show. When you spend 2 hours just ranting and raving about other people, you don't get very much viewers. So the other thing I wanted to say, because I saw the chat yesterday when I watched back some of the Morgile show, so I've decided to no longer put the chat on the screen, and let me explain why. So just hear me out for 5 minutes, and then we'll get going on the map. First of all, if anyone has any issues with me asking for donations, you're pathetic. Okay, let's just say that. Because my content is and always has been free. And I'm able to do more videos and more live feeds, more tests, with more donations. So you should be able to figure that out. It's not difficult to figure that out. And other content creators have made websites or where you have to pay a monthly fee. I don't do that. How much more honestly can I operate, which is to present my information for free and ask for donations. That's what I do. If I ever start selling shirts or something like that, well, that's still honest because the people who buy them are honestly getting a shirt. So it's not as nefarious as people want to make it sound. In fact, it's kind of ridiculous. It's like you haven't lived in the world your entire life. Because I say a couple things. Number one, I'm not rich. I have no savings. I have no bank account even. I've got a PayPal. I work from home, so we live simply. We don't go on vacation. We don't buy new clothes. We don't have satellite TV. We don't drive a new car. We don't eat at restaurants. We don't go to the movies. And I haven't been to a movie with my wife in over 3 years. We don't really see the need for it, but let me just speak on that real quick. To those who go to the movies, I'm guessing many of you, I could be wrong, but what do you pay? Like $7 for a drink and a popcorn? I'm guessing. So, or I'm sorry, that's just to get in. So add a drink and a popcorn, now you're at what, $14, let's say? Okay. So it's not a lot. I'm not saying that's a lot of money, but you can't even, you're not even paying for truth there. You're paying to be lied to. So I think it's interesting that people have such a hard time with, and I don't want to call it truth as much as I want to call it honesty. I'm being honest. Do I make mistakes? Am I making mistakes? Hey, who knows? We'll have to see. I'm sure I do. But I'm being honest, and you paid to be lied to. So, I don't think very highly of people who don't understand the way this works, that you get to spend your money wherever you want. And I don't go and stop you from spending money places you want to. And so I'm thankful for those who see value in my honesty and in my videos. And if you don't see value, or if you don't like me, then that's fine. I don't mind. In fact, you get to watch for free. So imagine that I went to the movie theater where you were going in and stood outside and yelled at people paying to watch that movie, saying, you're going to go pay these liars? You're going to pay these charlatans with that money, your hard-earned money? Well, guess what the big difference between that and this is? The difference is that I don't get to go into the movie for free. So I hope you understand that's the difference. Imagine that you got to go into a movie theater for free. You went in there with people paying. You sat down and acted a fool. You sat down there and yelled and screamed at how much you hate people and how much you despise people and how stupid people are. Do you think that they would leave you in that movie theater? I guarantee you everybody in that movie theater would pick you up and take you out. Okay, that's the difference. So the difference is here that you're getting to come into the chat and you're getting to mouth off when you're not paying anything. It's free. I'm gladly offer you for free, but I will gladly tell you to sit down and shut up. That's just the way it works. There's people here that want to learn, that people want to listen to the information I'm presenting. And so if you want to too, that's fine. You don't have to give me $1. You never have to pay a penny. My information will always be free. So imagine that you get to go watch a movie for free and you go inside and you decide to be a loudmouth yelling at these other people. It's just not going to go well. So those people would physically remove you, or they'd have security remove you, and rightfully so. You're interrupting people who are having a good time, and that's how I saw the chat yesterday. I didn't see it productive. So what I am going to do today, and it'll start whenever, but if anybody does any super chats, I will guarantee you at the end of this show, when I'm all done doing this presenting, that I will get to those. So it's hard to do it when you're doing the show. It's just me, so I'm got to kind of pay attention to what I'm doing over here on this side. But I've got the thing up that will keep all the super chats lined up. So again, you don't have to. Nobody has to. Sorry, Buster. Buster says nobody has to too. So let's get going with the show. Sorry to go off on that little tirade, but just watching the chat was kind of upsetting because it's like these people are acting like we dragged them in to my show to listen. Never dragged anybody in. I've heard people saying, "Oh, it's clever marketing that Jaron put out a trailer so that everyone would think there was going to be a big fight." If that's what you think, I can't win. Sometimes you can't win. Here's me trying to do a good thing, bring two people together that I saw clearly had differences, didn't think that was ever going to get repaired, and just said, "Let's talk about it. Let's just have it out." And people still complain. So anyway, I've taken the chat off the screen. You can enjoy it live, but I'm not going to subject people who watch it after this to that. Again, super chat is open, and that's up to you. Nobody has to do that. Let's get into why I am still an AE guy. And there's lots of reasons. And, we can talk about north-south circumnavigation, of course, but I'm going to bring up right now some stuff that I've done recently. 1 second. Okay, where are we at? Sorry, my dog's very upset. Oh, while I'm speaking of that, let me show you one thing that I wanted to do here. So this here is a channel called Space Videos. I'm sure you've seen me talk about it before. This person here has a show. It's a live feed. This is a live feed right now that he's made $6,000 off of. Okay, so $6,000 made off of playing this CGI. This is what he's doing. This is a supposedly live of the sun. Okay, this is ridiculous. And people have a problem. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if people know this. I don't like to give dirtball information out because there's a lot of dirtballs out there. They'll go and do it. If I wanted to make money, if I cared about, that's all I cared about, I would just make NASA videos. I mean, how hard would it be? I'd have a live feed of the sun, have a live feed of Saturn. Let's have a live feed of the Earth from space. Let's do a live feed of the Epic camera. But I'm not a dirtbag. So you can go find these guys doing that, but you're not going to find me doing it because I think it's dirtbag. That's what they're doing. They're just lying to people. And if you go to his channel, you'll see that he has nothing but live space feeds that aren't live. None of these are live. So he's just lying. He gets to lie. These are the people I despise. I can't stand people who just lie. And that's the one thing I can promise you that I'm being honest about. Look at this. SpaceX launch and landing, not live. Live Earth from space, not live. Hubble Space Telescope. Oh boy, gag me. Live Juno, real-time simulcast. I mean, can you imagine if I did that one time, if I put that on my title, I would get my channel removed. Oh, this is yes, this is good stuff right here. Oh, that's good. Beautiful. This is real. Let me tell you, if there's ever anything that's real, it's this. The universe and Jupiter and everything. That's another thing I've seen recently. We all talk about how fast everything's going, 66,000 miles per hour. It's going 480,000 miles per hour. But in reality, in reality, if you looked at their system, everything's just sitting there. Think about it. It takes us a year to go all the way around the sun. So you're just sitting there. If you're looking from the outside perspective, we're all just sitting. Yeah, gravity's holding us together. It's like they have to tell us both jokes, right? They have to tell us we're going fast because it's the only way our minds can conceptualize remaining in orbit. Okay, you're going so fast, you're missing the curve, but we're really just sitting there. We're just sitting there. Think of how it takes the Earth a whole day to spin all the way around. So it's just this slow movement. Everybody pretend like you're spinning very slow. Listen to the beautiful music as we spin very slow. So anyway, that's funny. Yeah, this guy's a joke. And if I hate to go down here and look at the stats but it's just all this money. I don't have any videos that made 567. What a joke. But he just gets views. And why would you stop this? That's the thing. If you are a decent person, then you can't do this. I can't do that. I mean, I couldn't live with myself if I did this one time. This guy doesn't have any problem doing it 9 times. What does he care? Just keep doing all these different live feeds because it makes him money, and he's just going to keep doing it. And until somebody stops him, why would he stop? He would have to think about, am I being a dirtball by just putting up these space feeds and calling them live when they're not? And, this is live Earth from space. Yeah, sure, it's live, all right. I believe you. This is live, yeah. And I showed this yesterday. I'll show it one more time. And I still am looking into it. I don't know if you guys saw yesterday's show on the John and IPS, but I had playing in the background the Ustream, and the weird thing about that is that the hatch opened. I'm going to ask the chat, did anybody see that happen? I'm just going to see if anybody saw what Anybody happen to see yesterday when I had live stream on? I just saw some. I was just reading comments. People are funny. Yes, I'm here. In case you thought it was pre-recorded, I just saw somebody say I did do the research, and they have pictures of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You have pictures of the 24-hour. Good for you. You're going to see that all tonight. I'm going to show you exactly why. And let me see. I'm going to show you webcam footage. It's really live. Who's saying that? Somebody type a big long number in the screen and I'll read it to you. Do people really want evidence, or do you just play head games with your little click? That makes no sense. I don't have a little click. Keep dreaming. 4 years ago, Bob. I recorded this 4 years ago. Bob said I recorded this 3 years ago. I didn't. It's 4. All right, so let's look at this. This is the Ustream. I guess nobody saw it. And I was circling it on the screen, but I guess everybody was busy chatting. All right, so it's this one here. I'll just show it because it's funny. What I was doing yesterday, I was noticing that from the middle of this video here, so about 2 hours in, then plus 3 is 5, 8, 11, 14, 17. It was a total of about 25 hours that they just kept this one screen on. Really bad. But I believe it's the 6th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be this one right now. That for some, and it looks so weird, and I'll do a video on it when I get a chance, but see this hatch here? This hatch opens during this spacewalk. I mean, during this view. I don't know why. I don't know if there's a scuba diver going in or out. I haven't been able to really assess it, but I'm going to show you here in a second so you can see it, because it's pretty funny. I think I'm on the right video. It was somewhere right in here. And it wasn't even there for very long. I guess I could go to yesterday's show, too, and show it. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Because if I can go to the show and then look at it. I thought it was in here, 2 something. And this hatch right here, it'll open, and then it stays halfway open for a little bit, then it opens all the way, then it shuts. Which I don't think you can open it except for from the inside, but I wouldn't. And it's not electronic, it's the baloney door. Might be the next one. 1 second, because I thought it was in here. Okay, we go to the other one. I thought it was the 6th one. Maybe it was 6th one after this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe it's this one. Pretty funny, though. Let's see here. This one is it. It's in this 2 hour mark here. I'm just going to have to go to the video yesterday and find out which one it was. then I'll come back here because then you can actually see that it's not like I edited that. Let's see here 1 second. Ah, man. Yeah, it's really funny because even as I'm explaining it, it's like people must be thinking, no way does the hatch open. And I checked, there's no spacewalks yesterday, any reason for that hatch to open. And in fact, I don't even know how it could open. Let's see here. Maybe it was the one after that one. Let me try one more. I thought it was at 2 something, 202. And it stays open for a few minutes. And then closes. Oh, I don't know. Let's look at my video first. And make sure you can still see what I'm doing. Let's see. We'll go John. Okay. I think I can remember where I was in this one. Yeah, this is early on.
There's also another side of Freemasonry, which
okay, let me see if I can figure out where this is.
Engineering, science, that sort of thing.
Turn that off, sorry. Because right in here when I see it, I can barely see now because I'm looking at my small screen. Where was it? Was it before that? Okay, that's me saying the date and time. I was trying to show people what I was doing, but they were talking. And so I didn't want to interrupt. And then I see that the thing opens, and I keep circling it, trying to show people that the hatch opened. Where is it here? It just so happened that, yeah, there it is. See the hatch is open? Let me find out what video that is, and then we'll go look at that one. And I was like, what the hell? You can see there I'm kind of paused, like shocked. Like, what the hell is the hatch doing open? So let me see which video I select to get there. A little bit back more. And then I skip. And did I pick another video first or not? Yeah, see it's around 2. Let me see here if I can figure out what it is. Man, it's too small for me to see. 2 something. Sorry, my dog is obviously not happy with somebody. Oh yeah, right there. Look at how funny that is. How the hell would it open? Alright, so I gotta figure out which video is this that I selected. And it's at 2:47. Okay, let me just figure out which video it was I picked. Okay, so stop. So it's 1, 2, 3. Wait. Don't do it like that. Do it a little bit back further. Alright, let's see which video it was. Because it's funny. So it's at 2:47. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Faster, faster, faster. Come on. Because I must look through that whole thing then. 2:47. Okay, so let's go. 4th one. And does it say the time on there? I can't see that. I think it's the 4th one, 2:47. Let's go check that out. I thought it was the 6th one. It's 4th. Okay, that makes sense. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one, I think. And 2047. Or somewhere in this region. I couldn't see the number. Yeah. Is that it? Oh, come on. Where was that? Well, I'm kind of tripping for a second here because see how this says 2030? I don't know if you guys can see that, but the videos are 3 hours long. Oh, wouldn't that be classic if they cut it out? Oh god, that'd be hilarious because I have it recorded on the other channel. Oh, now I'm hoping this is the right one. Why would it be cut to 20 minutes and 30 seconds? I mean, 2 hours, 30 minutes. These are supposed to be 3-hour segments. Interesting. Let me make sure that I'm not tripping here. Maybe it was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be this one. Oh, that'd be great if they cut it out. See, these are always 2 hours, 59 minutes. I don't know why that other one's 2.5. Let's see, is this one somewhere in here? Let's see. Oh, now I'm actually hoping that you don't get to see it. Wouldn't that be better? I think they cut it out. I don't think they would edit these videos because they have to know somebody could be recording. Why would they ever cut it out of there? Sorry, I'm talking to myself, I know. I'm just kind of tripping on why I can't find this hatch open. Interesting. Okay, let me try one more before I go yelling. Then I'm going to be all excited because that's huge. If they cut out the video of 1, 2, 3, it couldn't be this one, I don't think. Let's try it here. So this one's also 3 hours. Sorry, I can't see if you guys can't see the whole entire screen. This is a long break here with nothing here. What is going on? Well, this video is just nothing. Okay, so we're going 220, 217. Weird. So funny that sometimes when it's nighttime you don't see anything. Sometimes you see the pink. Such a fake enterprise, I swear to God. I don't think it was this far along. Now it doesn't look like there's a hatch there at all. Yeah, there's this. Yeah. I don't know. I think they took it out. So I just said 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the one that looked like I picked. And it's down to 230. Why would they cut out part of it? I'm just going to check. Did that one say? Maybe somebody else saw it. I'm going to go back to see if that one said 230. Sorry, thinking on the fly. We'll get to the map, I swear. Hello? Back. Let's see if I can see what this says on here. No. Alright, thanks a lot. You're real helpful. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna make this big screen just so you know you might not be able to see it for a second. I need to see where the time is. So that's the fourth one. I picked the fourth one 13 hours ago. Fourth one. Oh, it is at 2:30. Okay. Never mind. You're gonna get to see it. It's the same video. I wonder why it's only 2:30. Come on, get there. Move along. Move along. Let's go. This guy's so slow. It's a really nightmare. Let's see, where was that thing open? 220, 219, 227. Oh. Fifth one. Oh, it's even on the wrong video. Looks like it's going to be the fifth one. If this is where it is. Come on. Fifth one, and I got to see where that's at. Come on, get there. Sorry, I have to show you now. You know, I can't not show you. So we're at the fifth one, and we're at 210, 225. Fifth one 238. Fifth one 255. Oh, it's going to be the sixth one. Isn't that what I said at the beginning, too? I hate myself if that's true. So, like I said, hopefully everybody's doing well. Let's see, that's the sixth. Okay, so sixth one, 8 hours ago. And you'd think they would actually label these or something with the date. Come on, move along. Sixth one at 2. So I mean, to me, I bet you it's got to be for scuba divers. I mean, I don't know what else it could possibly be. I am a big fan of scuba divers in space. I think they're not in space, but you know what I mean. Scuba divers in pools. That's where scuba divers go. And aquanauts. Okay, we're at 216, 222, 225, 233. Come on, get there. 243. There it is. 244 on the sixth one. All right, now we got it. 244 on the sixth one. No. 244 on the sixth one. Now we get to see it. Come on, load. Nice purple planet. $244 on the sixth one. 244. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one. That is the first one I picked. Must have just not hit the right time. 244. What? There it is. Okay. I was going to say, I've almost lost my mind. Make sure you guys can see what I'm looking at. Oh, I'm going to have to see if I can scroll up a little bit. Oops. Nope. You see that? Let me see. I'll scroll back up after I get to this one. And go back there. Yeah, so I mean, how funny is that? I mean, I don't know if those are scuba shadows in front, so let's just watch it from here. Hopefully you guys can see it okay. I mean, how would this open? Look at this. That's the baloney door. It cannot be electronic. I mean, that's ridiculous. Hopefully you guys can see it. I have it up enough. And here in a second, it will close. That is so funny. And watch when it closes. It's just, it must be a scuba diver. I mean, I don't know anybody else have a, and I don't mean go ask NASA and they say, oh, it's actually electronic. We know it's not electronic because those guys have to open and close it when they come in and out. And it's made of, it's like a baloney door. Oh, look at the shadows in front of it. Anybody seen this? Scuba divers in space all day. NASA steals our money and puts it in the bay. That's a song I just made up. That is funny. I don't know why it's open that long or for what reason they opened it. I don't know. That's too funny. All right, let's move on to get to the circle map so you guys can see why. I don't know why people are abandoning it. Okay, do you want to see it close? It's just a little before there. We'll let it play till it closes. So, circle map world people. I don't think there's many of us left. I don't even know who believes in it. I hear a lot of people there. Oh, so it closes. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was electronic, all right. Sure. So, we'll check that into that. Look for a video coming out soon to talk about the magical eraser scuba divers. It's easy to do. You can just see these little shadows. All they would do is blur this out. Blur it out. Scuba diver comes here. Blur it out. Blur it out. Blur it out. People would never, ever know. All right, so we're going to pop over to the overlay with the pop player. There we go. And let me get this thing up. And we shall get going. All right, let's see here. And where's my... Oops, you guys are going to come with me, don't you? All right, here we go. So, we'll start on this. Pretty funny if you see. I actually made this image. Isn't that cool? I thought it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. That image is of the word NASA. And then a whole bunch of other words in there that kind of describe my feelings about them. So you can see lots of them. Hoaxer, liars, charlatans, scorn, thieves, artist, fraudster, trickster, swindler, satanic, unscientific, and many other. But it's in the shape of the earth. See that? Or the earth as they show us. So let's get on to the map thing and why I'm still an AE guy. And make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. I believe so. Good. Okay. And let's move it on to down here. Okay. So one of the things is my wife and I have been playing a lot with that glass half dome that I talked about. And the more we've been doing some tests with kind of leaning this down like it's leaning down, looking at my camera from our perspective. And as we make the sun rise or set, we're noticing that the same thing happens that happens at the horizon, which the blending of the light with the ground below it. And also, if you notice something interesting, as the light comes across, I'm going to kind of try to slow this down. See this little round bubble that almost shows from the underneath it, which is, this is the flat part of the glass. right? We're looking up through it from the ground, and you see you get the mirroring, and then you see you get something almost spherical that kind of can maybe look like the moon. The way we've made it come out and look like the moon, but of course it doesn't explain what the moon is. But now that we know, I mean, that's a 3D item. It's 3D from our perspective. Let me show you. Come on. Go. That's us trying to figure out how we get it to show up. But there's a lot of things about that glass that are very interesting. And so that's why I was telling people about it. And I've got more coming up here. So that there kind of looks like a little 3D piece there. And we can just picture it being easily the moon, just something like this. And it's just, it's hard to see in video, but this actually comes underneath the glass dome piece top. So anyway, we'll go on to something else here. Somebody asked about Antarctica. This video here, I'm sure you've seen before. Can you see the, I don't know if you can see the time on there. If you can, I need to move it down. Hold on one second. Let me make sure you can see window capture. Nope, this one. 1 second. I want to make sure you can see the time, or else it doesn't make a lot of sense. Pop player, move it down. Okay, there you go. Now you can see it. So watching this video here, if there was a 24-hour sun, then it makes no sense here. Watch this clock. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 6. So you get the half shadow, and then it kicks off to a new one. Here comes the half shadow. And I offered or asked for from the NOAA, which is down here, and the NSF, both of them, to get the full images with Freedom of Information Act stuff, and they said they don't have them, that they're only because of bandwidth, which makes no sense. For those of you who believe in satellites, makes absolutely zero sense that there would not be enough bandwidth in the south. You've all seen before, there's like 2,000 satellites they say are above us, but for some reason down here it's just a lot harder. So the fact that they skip through these videos is a big sign to me. The other thing is, and let me get this next one here, and this one is pretty huge. Okay, so let me find the actual video for you. 1 second. And this one is, I think it was today actually, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been yesterday that I found this and said, oh geez, these guys are just getting to be too easy. Because I don't know if they're taking time to edit, if they're just missing it. And where is that video? Oh, it's this one. Nope, not this one. Is it this one? Okay, so we're going to look at this real quick and show you something interesting. So if you can see the top, I don't know if you can, but this is the station webcam. It's called Groaning Modland. It's also called Troll Station. Okay, so this is just 10 hours ago, and this was today. So you can see up here, hopefully you can see that. Now I can't even see it. Yeah, today. No, 7:15? Yeah, today. Okay, so watch when we play this through. We're going to be seeing a sun come through here in a second. Let me start from the beginning so you can see the whole thing. Okay. And so watch the clock. It says 21 hours ago, 20 hours ago, 18 hours ago, 17, 16, 15, 13. All right. Now, I'm going to pause it right here so you can see the path of the sun. Okay, see the sun going that way? Okay, let's bring up this so you can see what we would be looking at on a Google Earth. Okay, let's transition this. All right, so let's go to Troll Station. And this is where we're at. Actually, I'll have it searched so you can see that we're at where I say. Troll Station, okay? And if we wanted to figure out which way are we looking here, we'll spin around here. And we'll get down with Troll Station down here. Okay, so clearly we're not looking this direction, right? That wouldn't make any sense. We're not looking this direction. Clearly we are looking this direction from the ground at Troll here. So we're going to get down even lower. Okay, and we're going to spin around here. Okay, so this is about what we're looking at. We've got this hill to our right, Troll Station places below us, hill here. Let me turn off those grid. All right, this is Troll Station. And we're going to go to 7:15. Now, this is what they say that the sun would be doing. Okay. Let me spin a little bit more this way so you can see it Okay. So remember, right now we're in July, so we're getting close to where there would be full darkness in Antarctica, the outer rim. They just right now are getting enough sun to just come above the horizon. So we're going to go back and get this little date here. All right. Let me go to 7:15. Okay, here, up. All right. So now watch the sun come around. Okay. So the sun's supposed to rise and then set going to your left. Okay, it's rising above the horizon. Hello, sun. And then it sets going off to your left because it's got to come back around you, right? It's got to come from behind. Let's go back to... What happened? Did you never see it? I don't know if you guys didn't see any of it. It didn't show. Sorry if you didn't see any of it. I'll play this again. I was playing this video here, which was the troll station from 24 hours ago. Go ahead and press play. 23, 21. Okay, so watch where we're at. We're looking at this mountain on the right. Remember, the sun's supposed to come and go around us. The sun's supposed to go around. Where's that sun going? Watch this. Where's the sun going? Where's the sun going? Oh, shit! The sun went back to the right. Oh, bye, sun. That's interesting. You're supposed to be going around me, not off to the right. Again, watch again. Here comes the sun. It's going around. Goodbye. And now it's going to make a right-hand turn, and there it goes. Okay? So if you need any more proof, no, too bad for you. That's the one of the biggest proofs of the circle map right there. It matches observations when you find it. And let me show you some more. So that's Troll Beach. Okay, here's some other ones that I've been looking at. Let's see here. Okay, so this right here. Let me show you them fake the midnight sun. Mr. Whoever says they have images of the midnight sun. Well, guess what? I got video of the midnight sun. But let me show you why it's fake. So this is just also yesterday at the, I forgot which one this is, Mawson or something. All right. Oh, no, I'm actually going back. See, I'm looking at 12 months. Okay, so we're watching 12 months worth of footage. And I'm going to select it here in a second. You'll see me. Okay, and we've seen that already. Yeah, it goes around. Turns to the right. See it over here? It's supposed to be going that way. Because people lied to us and we all felt like trusting them. So here's 18 minutes. And then I'm going to switch it to 12 months. Okay, so we're at 12 months now. Watch the clock. So remember, July would be the same month that we're in now, so it should be dark pretty much the whole time. August starts to get a little light, about half the day, right? September is going to be half, about twice a day. September. And then we're going to get into October. Okay, now we're getting close to 24-hour sun, and you can just tell when it's a real sky, clouds, real sky, clouds, overcast, December. Whoop. Is that a real sky? You guys believe that? Is that what the sky looks like when the sky melts down on the top of the mountain in the middle of the summer? This is the middle of the summer for Antarctica, and they're lying to you. Okay, they've completely washed out the sky. Now, I don't know how you light up the sky. NASA does. Okay, there's elements and minerals and different types of gases in the sky that are easily excitable, and NASA lights it up. That's why you get this fake sky. So if you go down to Antarctica, you're going to get 24-hour sun. You won't be able to see the sun. You'll see this. It's bright out. That's all. Doesn't mean it's daytime. Doesn't mean there's a sun there. Where's the shadows? No shadows moving. It's just bright light. And then now comes the real sky. There's a real sky. There's a real sky. There's a real sky. But look at where we're at. Now we're in April, May. Now they have no reason to fake it. June, July, we get into the darkness. So when do they fake the sky in Antarctica? They fake the sky in Antarctica during November, December, and January. Because in those months, the sun does not go there. But they have to lie about it. So what do? They put this sky up. Thank you very much for the white sky, 24-hour sun, because it's super white and no shadows move and whatever. Not that we would see the shadows here. We'd have to look elsewhere. It doesn't make any sense. Shadows aren't going to move over the courses of months. But that is part of it. Let's move on to other things. Let me show you another thing. People don't believe it for... let me kind of tell you the story about it first. So here's what we need to remember. This is the way that I think that the sun goes. This is a very crude drawing. Don't get all crazy. But what this is showing is the 3 different paths of the sun. Okay, I think that we have a flat plane at the bottom. I don't know how far it goes out. I think there's a lot of mountains. I think it gets very cold. I think it gets very steep. Who knows? Just unknown out there. Then you've got your pool of water in your continents. And then you've got your 3 paths of the sun, or your multiple passes. It goes throughout the year. Okay, so that's one thing. Now, here's the problem with what I see from other people. So, like a helium balloon, like Dwayne's balloon or somebody like that, we know it goes up about 100,000 feet, right? So we can remember what the Earth looks like from 100,000 feet. Now, if we go to, come on, let me scroll here. Sorry, okay, this one. So we can imagine how tall 200,000 feet is, right? About twice the balloon height. We can even imagine how tall 300,000 feet is. Okay, should be easy to kind of comprehend. In fact, I would even place the sun at somewhere around that height, just because it doesn't look to be 10 times as high as the balloon. It looks to be 3 times as high as the balloon. So I'm going to go ahead and go with 300,000 just for fun. Do I know that number? No. Is it complete conjecture? Absolutely. If you figure out 300,000 miles, it's 300,000 feet is 57 miles. Okay? So if we were to take that 57 miles and say, well, what is 57 miles on the Earth? We would say this right here, I don't even know if you can see it, that little red dot is 57 miles. Okay? So now you have to imagine that that's pretty much as high as we can see. Because if you think about it, when Dwayne's balloon goes up, and I use Dwayne because I know him and I know that he's being honest, and when he sends his camera up, I've seen it, or his balloon's up, I've been there, I've helped him load the box. He sends up his cameras with chargers and batteries, and that's it. So that guy's not faking me. That guy's not trying to tell me lies. He's trying to find out where he lives, just like me. So I respect him. And this little space, that means the balloon only gets as high as that red dot. So when you have somebody who keeps showing you that stupid AE map with the big dome on top of it, and then saying, you would see the sun go all the way around. If you had a telescope, you'd see the sun. Well, they're damn right. You would. That you absolutely would see the sun if it was that high. You would also see the northern star from the south if it was that high. But now what we have to imagine is that basically we have, and this is again just my shitty drawings, don't get all crazy, if we took the flat earth map and put a lid on it, okay, so I made these 2 red lines here to be like it's going to snap shut like an oyster case or something. And just picture how low the sky would get on the Earth. Okay, we just said 57 miles is 3 times further than any helium balloon has ever gone. Well, NASA's probably gone 150 or something, I don't know. But so let's say 2 times higher. But that's so it'd be, we have to think how high that is, but also how relatively low it is if we're drawing a picture or really thinking about the sky. So let's take it and say we close that little lid. So now we've got the sky is on the Earth. And I put over here, as you can see, it says 57, kind of depicting this is 57 miles. So pretend this green line here is the ground, and this blue line here is the atmosphere. And let me go to my next picture. Okay, so, oops, what did I do? All right, so just you can picture that for a second. But here I put the sun and the moon basically on the Earth. And remember, they're only as high as 300,000 feet. They could be more. They could be. I'm not saying that that's how high they are. I'm just saying that's how high the sky is, which is where things are rendered, which is where we see things. So we don't know if the sun and moon are here, right? We don't know where this might be emanating from. If they're not actual circles in the sky that go around, I mean, we could have a light coming from here. We would not know. Because if this light was coming from here and hitting a spot and reflecting to people down below, we wouldn't know where that light's coming from. So we wouldn't know if the light was coming from over here. You would have no idea. It could be coming from Polaris. You wouldn't know. So then when we get back to this idea here, so this is where I live. I put my little light here. But if you picture like we launched a balloon, and then we look at that kind of idea and say, okay, that kind of pictures, I could see Dwayne Kellum's balloon up here looking at the sun, who he also sees the moon. So those things make sense to me. It seems like it's a very doable thing. Then we get to this idea. Get out of here. Okay. This little red guy, hopefully you can see there's a red guy over here, a white guy here, blue guy here. Okay, if you can't see them, they're really tiny because that's how we are. We're very tiny. We have very little space until we hit a bunch of atmosphere. This is how our sky looks. And if you look left or right from these locations, the sky slants down till it hits your horizon. Okay? So if we, oops, that was not the right picture. Let me go down this one. Put it back. Okay. So when you look up at the sun, the guy in the middle, the white guy looking up at the sun is going to render somewhere different for each person. Meaning if we go here, the sun renders for each person at a different spot in the sky. The sun is in the same spot. And I mean by the sun, the source light. But each person sees the sun relative to their position. So I look up, I see the sun here. It's above my head, it's noon. For this guy, it's not noon, it's 3 p.m. He looks and sees the sun over here in the sky. So this is the problem with everyone in the flat earth map. That because they can't grasp this, they can't grasp anything else. They've lost their minds about, can't triangulate it. We don't know where it is. How high is the sun? Is it 3,000 miles? They don't get it. They don't get that you can't put a location on. It'd be like the reflection that comes to your feet at the beach. That's not a measurable thing. You cannot measure it because I can only see my reflection to my feet. There could be 100 other people on the beach and they all see a reflection, but I can't see them. Okay, so does it mean that the reflection isn't real? That depends on your terminology. So somebody told me to go listen to whatever that troll's name is, Tim Osmond's channel last night, which I was there for about 5 minutes. And during that 5 minutes, heard him laughing at me for yesterday saying, if the sun was real. And he's making a big old joke about it. Yeah, because he thinks it's a big gas ball in the sky, 899,000 miles across. And see what society has done? And I'm the idiot. Because I can explain to you that there can be a reflection coming to each person's foot at the beach, something you can go see for yourself. And I'm the idiot. And the guy who says the big old thing in the sky that's a convection fusion ball, bigger than the Earth by 1,000,000 times, flying through outer space, holding up everything in gravitational orbit, that guy, it gets to be smart. It makes no sense to me. This is what we see, meaning it doesn't mean we just can't triangulate it. It doesn't, we can't take this guy's angle because he's not looking at this sun, right? This guy is not looking at my sun. He's looking at this sun, which is rendering through the atmosphere. And if I'm standing here and I see the sun kind of rendering over here, which I would see it over here, it's getting near my horizon. Okay, because as you look off in the distance, we know that the sky slants down. Let us continue. So the sun and moon are going around like this, and they cause a rising and setting, which would be at those two red marks, right? So here comes the sun. I see it rise, goes across. I see it set. This is something that jackass Ronnie has never been able to understand. He can't get it. He doesn't understand that this is the same thing as this. Same exact thing. They keep saying, no, but the sun and moon, they'll be going around your head. Yeah, you think that, but you're thinking too largely. You are tiny, and the roof is very close. So you would only see it in the time that it works on the top roof or the ceiling, whatever you want to call it, and it rises and sets. This is what we see. You can look at all the mainstream ideas. They show the rising and the setting. When you look north, or here's the north, here's the south. So that's what we're doing, right? If we go back to that image, where was I? Here. Okay, this is the north behind me. I'm here looking south, rise, set. Same exact thing we get on every mainstream publication. North behind me, I'm looking south, rise, set. Okay, that's what the sun does for everyone. Now, let's continue because everyone's going to ask the question about what about the south? Okay, this picture here showing kind of the same thing with the sun and how it renders. If this is the north, we're looking this way. Okay, comes this way, goes down, and it would get further and further as it goes away for the summer. I'm sorry, for the winter. So let's go look at a couple things people might need to know. Let's go to this one. So that's the rise set. I put those two pictures there. Just going through my images here. All right, so if we look at the idea of the stars in the sky above us that are rendering through the atmosphere, which again is something easily provable. Go up in an airplane. The closer you get, the more up in this you are, the less you start seeing the stars. Okay, as you get higher and higher, if you get up in a Dwayne's balloon or something, they're not there. I mean, you can see one or two are the main close ones, but the rest are gone. But if you're on Earth, you can get closer to the atmosphere. Like Bob has said, he's gone mountain climbing or whatever, camping in Colorado, and the closer they get to the atmosphere, the better they can see the stars. But once you've entered into the atmosphere, you start to get up there, they start disappearing. So let's continue on. But I was just showing this view here, if you're looking like this, would actually render to you like this. Okay? That's the way our eyes work. It's just not as simple as saying that our eyes work this way and we be able to see all these things above us, left and right. No. As you look to the right, or if you look off to the side, the ceiling is going to come down. It's going to bend to the ground because you're looking through more and more and more atmosphere. If I look straight up, what's this? Let's say this is an inch of atmosphere here. But if I look this way, look at all this atmosphere. Build up, build up, build up, build up, build up. That's going to distort and bend and we know that's the way things work. Go watch a plane go away from you. Go outside and hang, I don't know, Christmas lights from 10 feet above your head to 10 feet down the road, and you will see that line go down. It goes down. It does not go up, and it does not stay even. So I drew a little picture here of an airplane. I don't know if you can see that. But if this airplane is going away from us at this level height here, what would actually be happening is, oops, I get these out of order. Where's my other airplane picture? This one. Okay. And this one. There we go. So that's what it's going to appear to us to be doing. It's going to appear to be going down when actually it's going across. Because we know if somebody was standing over here underneath it, that plane is still 20,000 feet above their head, just like it was here. But it doesn't look that way. This plane appears to be going towards the horizon, and that's what happens there. So same thing would happen with the sun. If the sun is going this way, away from me, I don't see it in a straight line over here. It's going to appear to be dropping. Okay, so as it goes away, it's going to drop from my perspective towards the horizon, and that's what we get when the sun sets and when the sun rises. Stop doing that. Okay, let's go to the next one. I was just, okay. So, Ronnie brought up, and I've heard other people bring up too, Wolfie 6020, okay? He has said, if you stand, and let's just pretend for me for a second that this is Australia. Okay, it doesn't matter, I just don't want to feel like spinning the map. So this is Australia, and this person's down here, and he's watching the sun set at the winter solstice, and so, or summer. So he's got, this path is the sun's, right? We know it's coming around this red path here. So you'd think that the sun would be setting to his perspective at the northwest. Okay, that's what you would think. But really, in reality, he can go show you with his compass and everything that the sun is setting south of east. Okay, and I'm going to show you why that happens. And how easy it is for the sun to be where we don't think it is. Although you should already figure it out just by what I've just drawn. But I'll show you kind of proof of it too. That the sky works like that glass dome I've been using. And I've just realized this recently, and because I kept on it, I didn't just bail from the circle map like everyone else. Because I saw things that would make, were making sense. That this is why I see the sun go down. It's not going down, it's going across, but the sky is going to cause it to look that way. And so let me show you this video. I think it's up here somewhere. Yeah, this one here. All right. So just to show you, this is me with a light in my room here. And you can see here, I kind of drew something like, let's say that you're standing where Wolfie is, down in Australia. You're looking west, so behind you is east, to the left is south, to the right is north. I want to show you something. That when you take just that simple piece of glass, you'll notice that that sun can render wherever it is, like forever, differently than where it is. Meaning, right here, the sun is here, but it's rendering for my sky here. Again, this is hard to show because I can't make a gigantic one of these, but I can use my mind and picture it. I can picture the glass, the magnifying glass, this huge dome magnifying glass works exactly like our atmosphere does. And there's so many ways to prove that. I can't help you if you can't figure out by looking in the sky that things are magnified, that things are huge. I mean, just look at the sun, right? Everyone says, you got to use a solar filter, man. You got to use a solar, well, you got to use a solar filter because you're looking through a heavy amount of atmosphere, which is giving you a reflection and a lensed view of the sun. Okay, if you look through a solar filter, then it gets down lower, but this is to the left. So the sun would be setting here, and he would say, see, it's setting south of west, but really the sun is setting west. So it's the same thing. It's when you have a curved sky, which it's not necessarily curved. I don't mean there's a dome. I don't know if there's a dome. All I know is that the sky is curved. That's for sure. I mean, it due to perspective or due to the nature of it. Either one. Doesn't matter. It's not just if the sky is flat and level, like in my drawing, straight across, to anyone's perspective, it will appear curved. And I can go back and show you another picture of that just so you get what I'm saying, because that might be not understood. But no matter who, this doesn't mean you have to be at the equator. No matter who is on this strip of land, looking up, if you look to your right or left, and John and I have been talking about this for I don't know how long, and I hear people make fun of it all the time when we say you're each in your individual snow globe. We don't mean you're in your each individual snow globe. We mean that to each... this is why these jackasses over there are saying it's simulation theory, because they can't grasp. They say, whoa, we each get our own view of the cosmos, so it's a simulation. No, dipshit. This is real life. It's not a simulation. You know what simulation means? It's ridiculous. This is real life. We each have our own view from where we are at, and the way that the sky is renders things as a snow globe. Okay, it looks like a snow globe because you can't see left or right forever. So the roof will come down. It will meet the ground. And that is what gives us every sight that we have. So if this sun starts going this way, it's going to look to me to be going down. This sun from this person is probably just rising. So this is the equivalent of somebody who the sun is rising for him, but it's over here. The reason why is because from his perspective, the ground ends here with the sky. So when this sun comes here, it rises. I mean, it's kind of easy to describe, but also people just get confused. Think about the fact that for everyone on Earth, the sun rises from the ground. And then think about a ball. Why does the sun never rise from around the side? Why does it never come from the right? Why does it never come around the side of the ball? How could it be from everybody's feet? Well, it's because this is what we're seeing. It's always rising from your feet. One thing you can do, the sun is never, ever below your feet. Ever. Not for once in one moment, never, never, never. The sun is always above your head. Every second of every day, the sun is above your head. Now, if somebody asks you, well, why can't we find it with a telescope? This is the one that Zach, I was going to say Galifianakis, but I'll show you these and then we'll get into that. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Well, I'll tell you right now. So Zach kept saying the reason he ended up going off on flat Earth and saying that it was stupid and is because he couldn't grasp the idea of why you can't see the sun with a telescope if it's far away on the other side of the Earth. And it's because this is the kind of thing that science or teaching or whatever has done to us that you don't get that if you're looking, and again, I'll just do this, if you're in a big bedroom or somewhere and there's a light on top of it and the bedroom is as big as your city, that if that light started going across to the other side of the city, say it went 5 miles across, pretty soon you're no longer going to see it from your spot in the room because the ceiling hits the floor. Okay, and when the ceiling hits the floor, anything past that is out of anybody's sight. You could bring out a telescope all you want. You're going to just see into the end of your sight. You might see a little further, but you're not going to see all the way. And if you think of it that way, that's why things on the ceiling, okay, as they go down, they get occulted from where? If they're going down, which way would they get occulted from you? Same thing with things on the floor, right? If somebody's walking away from that room, you're in that bedroom, 5 miles long, somebody's walking away from you, well, the first thing that's going to disappear is their feet. As they walk away and they get 2 miles away from you, you're going to see that they start to disappear from their feet up until pretty soon you're only going to see their back. And then you'll only see their head and then they'll be gone. That's everything that we have. That's why I know science is full of shit. That's why I know that and I don't want to say science, that's why I know that people who have trapped citizens, that's why I know these guys who are NASA lovers, they won't admit what is clear and evident. They'll keep going on with these same beliefs that they've had their entire life. You can believe that the boat goes behind the curve. It does not. I've already proven it to myself. You can still keep believing in lies if you want. That's not my business. I'm not going to beg you. You can believe in lies all you want. What do I care? This is a time-lapse footage from the other day. Miss and I went to the beach to do a laser experiment, and the weather was shitty. As you can see, it's like all gross around the whole entire edge. But we ended up doing a time-lapse of the sunset. This is from Monterey Beach. Actually, it's a little bit north. There's Marina Beach. And so we watched that. It was awesome. But I want to show you something cool here after this one. But it was very cool. And again, this is the sun going around my head. It's gone around me. It started out, east. It went around me, not above my head. We never get the sun above our heads where we live. And it goes around us, and this is it setting. And now again, is this the sun setting like we've been taught? Use your head. And this is the sun getting smaller and going away from you. Watch. Clearly, the sun is going away from you. Clearly. If you argue with that, you argue with reality. Clearly, watch the sun. If you think that the sun is setting like you were taught, like a big ball over the water, then you lie to yourself. You're lying to everyone else. And if you think like Jason Awake Souls, who is the biggest asleep person I've ever saw, he's looking at the sun the other day that was about like this high in some clouds, saying he saw clouds behind it. Ridiculous. But he said, this sun is only 3 miles away. 3 miles. And that guy wants to call me a deceiver and a Satanist. 3 miles? The sun moves 1,000 miles per hour. Okay? Give or take a couple hundred. 1,000 miles per hour, meaning if it's above your head at noon, right above your head, that's noon, and it's above your head. So then at 1 o'clock, it'd be 1,000 miles away from you. Think of where the sun is. At 1 o'clock, it'd be still above your head. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. He's looking at a clock at like 6 o'clock, which means it's 5,000. I mean, he's looking at the sun 5,000 miles away, saying it's 3 miles. What a joke. What a joke. If people can't choose who to listen to, give me a break. That's for you Russian vids. Give me a break. So yeah, clearly this thing's going away, and let me show you proof as we get closer here. So that was from the tripod with the GoPro, and now we're going to look at, these are some pictures here, okay? Maybe I can get an actual better first one. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is a better first picture. So this is as the sun was getting close to setting. Something interesting here, this is a sunspot. See that little dark spot there? Okay, hopefully you can see that. It's a sunspot, and we didn't realize that at first. We couldn't see it. I couldn't see it when I was taping. I got home and said, what was that? And I looked it up, and sure enough, it's a sunspot. So as it gets lower, the sun's going to start dropping. Now you're going to see something interesting. See this line here? This line here is the water. Okay? Now that might sound crazy because you're going to have to see how far away we are from the water. But that's the thing that people don't get, and that's how I know science is full of it. Oh, let's go to this one. Okay, this is its even further setting, and you'll see we're getting a little bit of a Fata Morgana here, that it's reflecting off the top of the atmosphere. But look how far away from the water line this is. This is 100 miles or further that we can see the water here. This is how you know everyone that's been telling you live on a ball is full of shit. Because this line is not the end of the earth. This line is not the end of your horizon. It's the end of your ability to see. And I'll prove that to you right here. So again, how do I know this? Because this is the water, and this is the atmosphere. See this line right here? This line here is the atmosphere of the sun. I mean the atmosphere of the earth. It's that extra layer that I was trying to tell Wolfie about that made his things hard to see. And look what happened to the sunspot. It doubled. Okay, so the sunspot was single here because look at, here's this green line, which is the atmosphere. It's running below that. Here's the blue line, which is the water line. And then as we keep going, I lost it. Where'd I go? Okay, as we go a little bit further, as soon as we get past that atmosphere, it's doubling. Okay, you're now looking through a lens. It's multiplying. It's doing weird things. You can see the water line is here. This is a reflection of the sun. Okay, and let's go find this picture. Did we already do this one? Yeah, we saw that one. That was above that. This one. The doubling. We saw that one. Just trying to see what else I have here. And I'll show you this video in a second. As soon as I finish showing these pictures, I'll show you that video, which is pretty cool. Except for I was mad because as it got to the very last second and I was trying to catch what they call the green flash, I didn't get it. It was too hard to hold the camera. The GoPro was on the tripod. I couldn't get it. So there you can see I was a little further out. Let's see where this picture is. This one? So, okay, this picture is a great one to look at because that's the water line. Okay, so if you picture standing back at the beach, you're looking all the way out. This water line here, they're telling you is the curved earth. But the sun goes behind the water line, which is way, way, way back here. Now, the water could go who knows how far. But if you're on a flat plane, and also I wanted to show you that, but I'll do that after. If you're on a flat plane, it's not going to go up here. It's not going to go all the way up here. It only can go to your eye line. Now, those guys will go out to the beach and they'll measure. This is what geodetic surveyors do. They go out and they measure this line. And they say, the earth fell 3 feet in this distance or 12 feet in this. Whatever it is, they're lying to you. They're lying because they can't see the horizon line. So this whole thing, I don't know how far the deception goes. I don't know who is perpetrating it. But if you teach people to measure to the horizon line and say, what's the drop? Well, they're going to come up with a drop. because you're not looking at the actual horizon line. I actually have a paper that was peer reviewed and everything. A guy wrote that says once you're like a mile out and either 100 feet high or a little bit higher, the horizon is indecipherable. It is impossible to say where the horizon line is. Because like here, we wouldn't know. Maybe you could say it's here on the sun, but you couldn't measure it. It's too far away. So we'll go a little bit here. Oh, there's that picture there without the line on it. So you can see that the sun, you're getting in the reflection, a little bit of reflection, and it's going down in this little area here. And again, it's not going down. It's kind of the way you have to describe it. We know the sun's not setting. The sun is above my head. The sun is above everyone's head. If this is in Hawaii, remember, Bob's over here in Hawaii, the sun is above his head. But to me, and I'll actually draw you a picture David Weiss draws, which I think helps with that idea. So I got two pictures I'll draw you in 1 second. And I'm just going to see if I have any more pictures in here in that video. So this kind of showed, we saw that. And let's see here. I want to make sure I show you anything else in this batch. What's that one? This one here, did I show that? Oh yeah, just showing this again, but showing that same kind of melting of the, and again, this light is staying the same height above the thing. It's just looking like she's moving it. This is my wife on the other side. And it may look like she's actually wiping the thing up, like it's coming from below the, that's the same height. It's just the way that the glass renders the light to us. Maybe next time I'll have the camera outside of this so that you can see that it's not a matter of the light being lifted. The light is coming at the same height. It's just rendering to you like it's rising. See that? But she's not raising it. So let's make sure I have anything else here. Okay, what did I do with this one? Oh, this is just showing basically, you can see the water line now right here, right? This is the limit of the water line that we might see, but the water line is back here. So when boats are said to go over the curvature, it's a joke. What it means is that the boat has gone past your line of sight. This is your line of sight. Everything on the roof can go further, right? The sun is on the roof. I call it that, the ceiling. But a boat that went past here would start to disappear from the bottom up. You start going this way in a boat, when you get here, the bottom of the boat is going to become impossible to see. It's gone past the line of convergence. It's a disgusting mess. And then, but you can still see the sail because it's the furthest thing on the boat from the convergence line. So let's see here, making sure I don't have any more pictures I didn't show. 1 second. And I know I got the video to show. We did see this one. Yeah, this is the fake sky there. And this is another one that we'll show. Oh yeah, this is I'm trying to remember, McMurdo right now. And this video here, they're cutting, let me show you. Okay, watch the time on this McMurdo one. This is what I find when I go looking, and I find everything that is edited and cut is what would prove the flat earth versus the ball. That's how I know it's flat. That's how I don't have a question anymore. There's no way you can get as lucky as I get when I research to show me, and this is the problem. You have Wolfie 6020 and these guys, they're great guys. I think they're good guys. They're out there trying to research, they're trying to do tests, but as he's told me in emails, and he'll admit to you, he thinks the earth is a ball. Therefore, he goes out and his evidence shows him it's a ball. Well, no shit, Sherlock. If we went and looked at this and we said, I'm going to go prove that the earth's a ball. Let me see here. November, December, 24-hour sun. January, it's daylight. It's daylight outside. February, it's going to start to get dark. Watch. These idiots. Earth's a ball. Clearly, it's a 24-hour sun. I've got a picture of the 24-hour sun. So hopefully people can start to see the difference between researching, looking to upset the current going truth versus what people do now, which is walk around like Dazza the cameraman and Spice Arcane and these guys. They're not helping anybody. By going out and confirming what we already have been taught, what are you helping? What are you helping? And all you're going to find is what's put out there for you. If you're Gem Panda and you want to make a 2-hour video about why you know we went to the moon, congratulations, you wasted 2 hours of your life, sir. Okay, that's not a good thing to do. We were all taught that we went to the moon. And what new evidence are you going to give besides going to NASA and reading from NASA's pages of what you think they did? You didn't go. You don't know. You've never been to the moon. Okay? The ones of us who can think, they're the ones who have to go outside of the current teachings and see if they can prove differently, and if anybody does that. Clearly, we did not go to the moon. Clearly. You know, I mean, for me, I would have a hard time saying I would bet my life on the flat Earth because there's a lot of weird things about it. But I would bet my life we didn't go to the moon. That's not even a question for me. Let's see here. This one here is the... Okay, I'm just seeing here this light. Oh, so watching this sun here. Let's watch from here. And I'll show you what's that. This is at Macquarie Island. And again, this is the same thing as the other sun. That it should be roping around you. And you see it's going off to the right-hand side. And it's setting this way. It should be coming around. They're saying it goes underneath here. There's no way. It's going that way. And we can show that. I'll show you on Google Earth. Let's see, this one is from where? This is Davis Station. Yeah, I think so. So watching from Davis Station, this is July 10th, 2017. Again, it should be, let's see, Davis Station. And we're in July, so it should be 24-hour darkness for them. And you'll see that the sun comes up. It's up for much longer than they tell us. And then it just goes out. Okay, and so... I know a lot of people might think it's crazy that, are you saying they're faking the sun and it's in Antarctica? No, I'm saying that the way that the sky works is due to the gases in the sky. If you think that the sun is what is the only thing that brings light, it's not true. I mean, you can look up Rayleigh scattering, which is the way that the sky is lit up with the blue light that comes from different elements. And so they could easily go to Antarctica and light the sky bright as could be, and people will all tell you when they go down there. And again, think about it this way: we're talking about the biggest deception of all time. If you believe in the flat Earth or believe a little bit in the flat Earth and you can't believe that they would fake the sun, then you don't believe in the flat Earth. If you believe in the flat Earth, then you believe that the leaders of countries and the jackasses who sit in power are so maniacal that they will do anything to keep power over you. And by anything, I mean lighting up the sky. Big deal. That's nothing to them. They would go further than that. Believe me. Much further. Now, where they lose it is they have a hard time with all these different... which one did I go to here? Oh, this is me playing with my dome glass. Trying to do it different directions. Trying to see, was there anything good in here? We saw this one. Okay, let's go on to this one. Oh, this is the end of the GoPro film. Let me see here. Sorry, these things were in order, but they're not now. Let's see, where's this one? This one, nope. 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 And nope. Trying to see where this other... One second, I want to find you that... I want you to see the zoomed in shot of the sun setting anyway. Nope, that's not it. Nope, we saw that. We saw that. Hey, thanks so much. Very kindly for your donation. And if you have a question, I don't have the thing up right now, but I'll get to it at the end of the show. Whatever you have asked. So, let's see here. What's this one? Nope. I thought I did bring that video in. Alright, one second. Let me get the video. Oh, in the meantime, while I look up this video, let's watch this lady from just another interesting thing. I don't know if you guys have heard about Worldview. This company that's sending people up to... look at the curvature of Earth with these curved windows. So that's not going to fool anybody, is it? Yeah, right. Everyone will be like, yeah, I went up there. I went up in the Worldview. I saw the curvature. No windows can fool me. So when you go and buy tickets right now, it says, imagine rising into the stillness of a sunrise, seeing the curvature of Earth and all that grandness and stuff. You'll see down here it says, view the animated experience. Because they haven't sent anybody up in this thing yet. They're just talking about it. So if you wanted to get a ticket, you should be able to just sign up and register, right? No, that wouldn't be the case because then you haven't learned from Richard Branson on how we do things. It's only $7,500 for an early bird ticket, which includes a reservation fee of $7,500 non-refundable deposit. And $7,500 non-refundable deposit, and people are already paying it. That's what's hilarious. They've never sent anybody up. Imagine if I did that for $5. Told somebody, I would do this, give me $5, and then I didn't do what I said I was going to do. Do I get to just keep it? Sorry, that was your non-refundable deposit. Let's listen to this girl tell us about it. It's so ridiculous.
Flight company we do all kinds of things in the stratosphere, which is at the edge of space.
Our mission is
Hold on,
to
you might
change
not hear
people's perspective of the Earth, which, in terms of change, is to improve it, to give them a new way of seeing our world.
Launching platforms.
Do you guys hear that? Hold on one
Satellites,
second. Let me stop it
to
until I
that
hear
part
the
of our
few bit of that.
atmosphere. Well, that
Did you guys get sound on that video or no? Just somebody let me know. Yes sound, no sound. Yes sound, no sound. Yes sound, no. Because if you can't hear it, then it's not really worth it. Yeah, probably 33 Windows. I wouldn't doubt that. ODD, what's up, my man? Thanks for all you do. Thanks for looking for truth. Yeah, I see the chat, but I have to look at the other side of my screen, so I don't see it when I'm talking. Let's see here. Anybody here? Did you hear the sound on that video? Somebody? Anybody? Man, it's like really delayed today. You did hear it. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing it because you got to hear this this jackass girl. Where is she? Here is this where she talks?
So the Zinger helps by being our first payload on our maiden voyage.
It is the very first time that we will be taking our vehicle up to the stratosphere for an extended period of time.
There's probably a half dozen things on this mission that have never been done before.
It's the first time we've really put this vehicle together that can fly for weeks on end, months in the stratosphere, solar powered and guiding itself around.
Folks who are coming along for the ride and going to be watching it, they're actually going to be seeing real aerospace engineering and, to some degree, space flight history in the making.
Imagine all the things you can do by hovering over an area that just experienced a natural disaster.
It's things like that that we're really excited about being able to do with our Stratolite systems.
It's actually, in some ways, it's sort of funny. We're flying a chicken sandwich, but on the other hand, it's one of the world's largest companies trusting the launch of a new product to our flight, to our maiden voyage flight. I mean, that's a big deal.
That wasn't the actual one there. 1 second. Let me close this. Stop. All right, there we go. It was actually better. What I wanted to show you, I'll actually go show you over here. 1 second. You gotta hear this girl say how high they get in these balloons. It's hilarious because she thinks it's high, I guess. Let's see. Overlay the browser. 1 second. I'll get you on this one. Which one is that? Okay, good. Let me go over here. And then I want to show you something else on this page too, but let me go to Ustream. No. Sorry. It's Twitter. I don't remember. Is it? What do I have to search for? Let me see something here. Sorry, I'm going to show you one thing. Whoops. What did I do here? Did I lose you? 1 second. I wanted to show you this. What she said in an interview. Oh, here it is. Let me get you. Oh, you're not looking at my screen. 1 second. This one here. Okay, now you see. All right, so we're going to my. Hey, Russian Vids. I didn't know he has a Twitter. Go. And we're going to find her down here. And let's find the video of her. Where is it? Come on. Hurry up. All right, this one here. Classic. Come on. No, I didn't want to see that.
We use high-altitude ballooning, so
Yes.
we call them stratolites. So you can think of them as a satellite, except instead of being at 100 miles above the surface of the Earth, we are down at 20 miles, or even a little lower than that, maybe 10 miles above the surface of the Earth, and doing everything that you can think of doing with a satellite, except instead of whizzing across our heads at 17,500 miles an hour, we're literally just floating on the top of the atmosphere, which is, as you said, the stratosphere, and actually can stay in one place right there. as
Right.
well.
And what is the benefit of being able to stay in one place, having that constancy?
Right. So when you think about, in your program today, you've been talking about satellites and launches. There's several benefits of being in the stratosphere. One is with the kind of vehicle that we fly, you don't actually need any of that rocketry to begin with, right? So rockets go away. You come up under your own steam. You use buoyancy to get up to the top of the atmosphere. And hanging out there, now you can think of it as, for example, a cell tower in the sky. So for remote locations, or if you have a disaster somewhere, a natural disaster, you can pop up a satellite to now have communications right over that area, just hanging out over the spot that you need it.
Jane, how long does it stay up for? And what keeps it up? Is it heat and sunlight that does something to the helium at that height?
Well, so it's buoyancy. We can keep it up there for months at a time. Our goal is a year. 6 months is relatively straightforward. Getting to a year is a bit more challenging because it's a very harsh environment for UV, and so it starts to break the materials down. So we have to work on that a bit. But other than that, we think we can get to a year fairly straightforward.
But what do you mean by buoyancy? Like, what do you mean by like it's not lighter?
Yeah,
how is it lighter than air?
Think of it like this. You know when you have a glass of water and you have all this ice that's floating along on the top of the water. So the ice is more buoyant than the water. It actually floats on the top of the water. So we're doing the same thing. We're lighter. It's like when you're in a swimming pool and you fill your lungs with air. The air in your lungs is lighter than the water around you. So you just naturally rise to the surface.
What a freaking joke. I can't believe these people. And if you wanted to know, let's go find them out. If you want to know how much you can trust them, just go to their website here. Hopefully you still see my screen. Yes, good. And let's see if we can meet the team. Let's see, company, team and advisors. Let's see who's involved in this. All right, these two jackasses. All right, and Mark Kelly. Yeah, yep. You guys know him, right? Mark Kelly, his wife got shot in the head. And now goes around giving speeches about gun control. So you can trust that company. I mean, that's what I'm basically trying to say. There's no reason why you wouldn't. They have no devious plans. They're not Jews with a crypto plan or anything. Nope, they're just normal people like you and me. So, yeah, anyway, these guys are all jokes. This company's a joke. You cannot charge people. I mean, maybe you can charge people if you have a video. But where's the video? Here's your thing. Get 100,000 feet. What do I do? View the animated experience. Where do I give you $7,500 though? That's all I want. That's what I want to do. I just want to give you $7,500 because you've done nothing. You've not, and non-refundable, by the way. So even if space flight never happens, which it never will, then you'll never get your $7,500 back. So go ahead and go dump it there. They learned the Richard Branson way, which is the easiest way to make money. Richard Branson knows. Yeah, this whole joke. I don't know if you guys saw this whole thing about this Kentucky Fried Chicken stupid thing. I don't know if you saw it. I was going to do a video on it, but I didn't yet. But it's just a joke because it's, again, the same thing. If you go to kfcin.space, that's where we're going now. Okay, I followed this thing. That's how pathetic my life is. And they were supposed to send this bucket up of chicken, whatever, I don't know, with some cameras on it. So I watched. They talked about it for weeks, and they were updating on this thing. See the latest update. You'll see here now. This is KFC guy giving his.
I'm pleased to announce that KFC's new spicy crispy zinger chicken sandwich has been successfully launched into space.
It's dumb. Not even worth listening to. So I was like, okay. So then when you watched it though, you'll see here. Let's try this again. Tomorrow we're launching because all the days that they were supposed to launch. Bucket satellite, then weather delay. Oh, they delayed. Okay. And then they went here, a new day. And then they went to the press conference. Where's the video? Where's the video of the launch? How about this part? This is the FAQs. You get all the way down here and it says, can the chicken sandwich survive? Let's see here. Where's the part about the cameras? Says here, so it's technically not in space, but we're launching a chicken sandwich 19 miles into the air in a robotic bucket satellite. What more do you want from us? As a fried chicken restaurant, okay, let's go to this one. What will the Zinger be on a high altitude balloon? How fast will it be traveling? How heavy is the Stratolite? How long will the Zinger mission be? Are you going to film? Okay, so check this out. Are you going to film the Zinger in space? Okay. We will film the Zinger with 5 Blackmagic cameras equipped to handle the harsh conditions of space. We will be capturing footage of the Zinger in space and sending it down to Earth, where we will deliver it to you on our social media platforms and on this very website for your viewing pleasure. On this very website. Okay. Now, this is the website. The mission. Okay, this is talking about it. We just watched this. You can only go backwards. There's a video. Okay, let's try this again. They never put a video up. Launch postponed. Come watch us do this. Come watch us do that. Do this. Do that. Never did it. Okay, here's the little crew. I did see a video of them launching a balloon, but does that look like 5 Blackmagic cameras to you? FAQ, that's it. This is their whole site. So, you know, where's the launch? What's this one here? Hello? Can I get over there? Okay, this one here. Let's look this one up. So it's KFC's Zinger sandwich will travel into space this month. Hello, play. Oh, here's YouTube. Can I get to the YouTube from there? Okay, we'll go to YouTube and check it out. Okay, you get Mr. GoPro cameras, yep. And then this is what you get there.
Stratosphere, which is at the edge of space.
This is what I just showed you. This is their video.
That were.
Thanks, KFC. Quality people. Up this one up here. This is their launch
Colonel
recap.
Sanders with Mission Control. All positions, please stand by to give status report when called. Launch
And
systems.
watch
Launch
this.
systems are a go. Aerodynamic descent systems.
ADS is go.
Balloon systems.
Balloon systems are go for launch.
Digestive systems.
Affirmative, Colonel. Digestive systems are go.
Roger, we are go for launch of the Zinger 1 bucket satellite carrying KFC's spicy, crispy Zinger chicken sandwich into space. Stand by for terminal countdown. And T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff of the Zinger 1 space mission, 11 herbs and spices, ascending to the heavens at a rate of 1,000 feet per minute.
All right, and it says follow the mission at KFC in space, which is where we were, where there is no mission. So,
Herbs and spices.
how many times does it take a ball believer to get slapped across the face? Tim Osmond, I'll ask you. How many times do you have to get slapped across the face by the government, by space agencies, by science, until you wake up? How many times? For me, I'm done. I'm done with it. You keep going on and on about, you guys believe it's flat Earth. It's so patently false. It's so provably false. If it's so provably false, why can't anybody prove the globe? Believe me, I'm ready to believe in the ball. I'm ready. Show me any evidence. Show it to me. Why every time, every single thing, we don't go to the moon. We don't do this. Oh, you can't go there. Oh, sorry, this happened. Oh, no, we don't have this company anymore. I mean, I could show you something else. And there's so many things that I've found. And every single time, they lead back to the fact, as long as you're looking, as long as you're researching and actually doing the research, and not just trying to prove yourself that you live on a globe. You want to do that? That's easy. I can prove we live on a globe easily. It's so simple. You just go look around and find all the stuff they want you to find. The whole NASA website. You'd be like, hey, we live on a globe. How could we not? It's simple. Yeah, these guys, they never did any kind of launch, or if they did, that was all we got to see. This is the view. Could have gone, that's what, 100 feet, 500 feet, who knows? But yeah, if you missed the live stream of our Zinger space launch, that's okay. You can watch the highlights here. Where? This? That was the highlights of the Zinger launch? That's sending us... Oh, my goodness. Pretty freaking sad. And if you see here, this is the flight history. They're talking about the stupid satellite. Like I said, then it got here, then they built it or whatever, and then they are done. End of mission. Press conference. And this one here, is just a let's try this again. We're launching tomorrow. Watch live on Facebook or Twitter. And if anybody has this video, I would be happy to see it because I went to their Twitter, which is where we started off, right? And I couldn't find it. Nothing. Let's go to KFC and see if we can find it here. KFC. Let's see if they have any video. Let's see, when was that? Last week. Oh, here we go. Let's see what we find here. 14 seconds of footage. In space, no one can hear you snack. How is it just sitting like this? What's going on here? That's it. Great. Yeah, I believe it. Minute 18, I think that's what we just watched. And that's it. That's just a picture. That's if they were done. Apparently launching a chicken sandwich into space is easier than streaming it. Let's watch this one. Come on. Hello. I think this is the one I saw. Yeah, okay, this is great. This is the one I was watching. It was look at hour and 3 minutes. Watch this. 7 minutes, 17 minutes, 27 minutes, 38 minutes. Ended. Thank you very much. There it is. That was the end of it. Ended. 103 viewers. 231,000 viewers. And it was over. Never did anything. I don't know why this one won't play. Maybe that's what it means by apparently launching. I don't know. What a joke. Absolute slap in the face every single time. And they just keep letting it happen. Keep letting them slap you in the face. Why would you ever change your mind about it? Let's look at real quick. I did want to get to why I think that the square map is ridiculous. I know a lot of people are adopting it. And you know what? I'm not even telling people not to keep researching it, because anybody can research anything they want, especially good quality people like Darren Nesbitt is somebody who I think is awesome. And he has decided that the circle map doesn't work. I disagree with a lot of his reasons. But you know what? He's a good guy. He's looking for truth. I want people out there searching. So if he wants to search the flat map, that's great. Same thing with Ceres, who's over on the Sun and Moon group. I think he's an awesome guy. He's got some awesome stuff he's putting together and downloading. And so I think he's awesome. He should keep doing what he's doing. And I should keep doing what I'm doing and researching. Other jokers out there are not equally as easily. Let me see here. Let's look up what are their names? God, I can't think of the name. Beyond Flat Earth or something. Yeah. And we're just going to find their map, which they say is undebunkable. What, isn't it Beyond Flat Earth, the name of the channel? Beyond Flat Earth, YouTube. And is this one? No. Let me see if I find the most recent one. No. Maybe this one we'll see. 1 second. I just want to show you the map. Let's see where the map is. Alright, so this is why this map, it just doesn't work. Since they think it works so well. Come on, where is it? Oh, there. No. There it is. Alright. So they keep showing this map and saying that something about it moves this way. Like the sun goes this way. And so does... Thank you very much. If you have a question, I'm going to get to it at the end. And as it goes this way, they say there's no morphing. There's no portal. The sun keeps going that way. If that's true, then I'm going to take off from a plane and I'm going to keep going this way. I'm going to keep going east. And what happens? Do I go back in time? Now we can time travel. Just fly east, guys. Fly east and you'll just go back in time. Because if the sun's going this way, you'll go back, and it will always be dark, by the way. In case you didn't realize that. You can time travel, but it's always at night. Okay, I didn't know if you knew that. Just travel east. Let the sun go by you. As it's going over here, we all move over here. We move this way. Okay, we start moving into another area. We're going to the left. we're going west, and you fly east, and you go back in time in the dark. It's really cool. And back there, way back there in the dark, there's clouds behind the sun. Don't know if you knew that, but it's a joke. They're jokers, they're liars, they're deceivers, they're everything else you can possibly imagine, and crybabies. That's probably what I'd say. Yeah, real globe busters. Yeah, sure you are. Yep. Let's see, 266 views. Yep, looks like the real globe busters to me. And let's see, there was one more thing about the other video. And let me just show people, just so you can see, that when somebody tells you they have clouds behind the sun, and they show you an image like this, and then tell you this is positive. There's clouds behind the sun. Clouds behind the sun. Okay, look at this. This is a filtered video. Is this what reality looks like to anybody? Have you ever gone outside and saw this up in the sky? No, me neither, because it doesn't happen. Okay, this is not clouds behind the sun. This is, you put it through a filter, and it's going to give you the appearance that clouds are behind the sun. This is not clouds behind the sun. This is thick clouds. The thick ones go in front. The light ones get burned away, or not burned away, but you don't see them. This is the brightest thing that there is of all things. I mean, have you ever looked at a cloud and it been so bright you couldn't look at it? Of course not, because clouds aren't bright. Have you ever looked at the sun and you can't look at it? Every day. Try and stare at the sun. You'll look away because it's too bright. It'll hurt your eyes. So it will completely go through these clouds, which are all close to you. The sun, far away. Again, if you need proof of that, let's just go to a Dwayne Kellum. And it's sad that people can't really, or a lot of people can, but this stuff should be figured out easily. There's not even a question. It's not difficult to see which people are clueless. Anybody who keeps telling you for a year that there's clouds behind the sun, and all those channels that do, all the channels that follow them, I don't even know their names. They're all terrible. They're all horrendous because they're impacting true research. If they just want to research their own thing, I would never say anything. I would never say a word. Go ahead and research whatever you want, and I'll research what I want. When you start calling me a Satanist and telling people I sell blood on my website and everything else you've said, then I have a problem, because you're impacting people who are telling them lies. It's nonsense. It really is just nothing but nonsense. They can believe in the clouds behind the sun all they want. I don't impede on anybody's beliefs. Let's see here. That's a time lapse. Didn't mean to do that one. Let's go back. Where's the launch? Is it this one? So this is his high altitude balloon 2, and let's see here. It's already coming down. Let's see, is this the one? Because there runs one that he went up with the sun above him, which we're not going to be able to see the sun. So that won't be very helpful. Let's see where... Yeah, so this one here, for instance, it looks like is the one that the sun was above the camera. Let's see, where's the other one? But all you need to do is go to any of these videos and you can clearly see. Let's go to this one. Excuse me. And this one here. Okay, there. So all you need to do is show somebody this and they will know right away. Is there clouds behind the sun? Clouds, sun. You tell me, is there clouds behind the sun ever? No. It's impossible. Never happens. The sun is always that high above your head. It's never lower. And for, many people think this is a curve. They say this is a curve. Well, yeah, it's a curve. We can see in a circle. This is not the curve of a ball. It's not going that way away from you, curving down as a ball. I mean, it's just ridiculous that anybody would still have those beliefs. But I mean, I understand it because, hey, we were taught that. So it's hard to get away from it. It's just really use your head. Do you really think that people are perpendicular to you over there? It just makes no sense. So I know I had to draw a couple pictures. I don't remember what they were. But any of these you can go to. And here, so for instance, he's coming up here, right? This is a good spot. Okay, so this is why you hear people say that there's clouds behind the sun. Is you are looking from your perspective. There's no clouds behind the sun, but you can get to a spot like here. Let me just get to a little spot where... Because remember, he's going through the clouds. So picture you're going through the clouds. Okay, right here. Now, you might be able to see, because this angle... But we know where the sun is. We can see it up higher. When we get higher, we can see it was way above here. Now it's rendering here. Okay, just like I said, for somebody else over here, it would render over here. Somebody over here would render over here. So to you, if there's clouds up higher than where it's rendering, you might be able to see clouds behind the sun, but they're not behind the sun. It doesn't make any sense. There's no clouds behind the sun. The sun is up high. So I think people are just missing, they don't understand how to tell what's true and what's not. When somebody tells me the clouds are behind the sun, by the way, I don't know if you can see this. This is kind of what I was showing earlier. If you watch Dwayne's footage, when you come around the sun, you can almost see it emanating from somewhere else. Like, oh, let me see, watch this thing swing through. Oh, you can kind of see that it's almost like it's reflecting on something. Watch. I might have to slow that one's because you're right on it, but okay, so watch behind it here. I'm just gonna try and play and pause. See that? Everybody see that? That's very interesting to me, and people want to say that the sun is a giant ball. I think this is a reflection. It works better as a reflection. It's is it hot? Yeah. Well, you know, go get a bright laser or flashlight, shine it off the mirror, and then go see if the mirror's hot. Of course it is. Okay, so it's simply an optical illusion. An optical perspective is the same thing with clouds, but this to me looks like there's something that is emanating a light, hitting, I don't want to say a dome, you don't want to say that, hitting atmosphere, whatever. And look at, see how it moves with the viewer, with the observer? Okay, so let's continue on with, let's see. See that? Watch. See that? So again, if people don't want to believe that, or they say that's just a lens flare, that's fine. I'm not saying that I know where it comes from or what is emanating the sun. I'm not saying that at all. But I will tell you that the sun that we see is rendered. Look at that. Anybody see that? I hope you guys can see it. I don't know if it's a good enough picture on the live feed. We'll watch it again. Pretty interesting. So the funny thing is that somebody talking like me considered an idiot. The people who are considered smart are the ones telling you it's 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. Okay? That's the smart people. You should go follow them, because this right here, 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. See this right here? 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. Look how big it is. It's 1,000,000 times the size. And it's stationary. By the way, I don't know if you remember that one. Stationary in the sky. And we move. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's kind of weird, kind of hard to describe, but it's just the way it works. Let me see here. I'm going to show you one of the things. Public. And is it in here? I don't remember. 1 second. Let's go details. And date modified. Where is it? 1 second. I'm trying to find the... Oh wait, I know where it's at. No. I'm going to put it on there. I'm going to put it in here. Trying to find the one I took images of, the sun setting, and I don't know where it is. 1 second. Where did I put that? Nope. 1 second. I want you to see that though, so you don't think I just took those pictures off something. And let's see, that's that. We saw that. We saw that. We saw that. We saw that. Okay, that's the GoPro video. We saw that one. What did I do with that? 1 second. Let me figure out where I would have put it. I would have to move it from this computer to that one. Let me see. I'll find it here shortly if I have it still on the memory disk, maybe. Oh, did I take it out? Oh, it's still in there. 1 second. I'm going to have to move it from computer to computer. 1 second. So I remember I moved it. Let's see here. Is it this one? Nope. This one? Nope. Hey, thank you so much. I'm going to answer your questions at the end of this video, so don't worry about it. I can't see the screen right now. I'm looking through a file folder. 1 second. What did I do with it? What did I put it in? This one. Video clips. And, oh yeah, maybe in time lapse. It wasn't a time lapse though, it was just a video recording. I can't for the life of me find the video we took with the Sony camera.
It's probably still in the memory card.
Yeah, it's on this other computer. I know I moved it over here though because it was in the video I was making.
Do you need the memory card again?
No, it's still in the computer.
Oh, good.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that looks good.
Ooh. Being puppy already ate ours. I mean, I ate mine.
Don't give the dog chili. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to find where I put this. Must be here. What's this one? Man, I don't know what I did with it. Is it in here? No. Nope. Man, that's upsetting. I'll just have to load it up after on my channel just because it's really good, but give me 2 seconds. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is it. I found it. All right, let's move this into here. Oops. What happened? Okay, good. I found it. I was wondering, did I put it in here? My dog says yes. Here it is. All right, let me. Whoops. Shoot, you can't see that. Move this on transition. All right, now we're watching it. Okay, here we go. So you can see there the sunspot right in the middle there. And I believe this video is super long. Yeah, this video is, oh, it's only 7 minutes till it was gone. So you can see here, if you're looking carefully, the bottom here, excuse me. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. Actually make this a little bit better. See this? Nope. I want to go 1 second. I just want you to see a little bit better. This one, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Let's go closer than that. And even bigger. And even bigger. Alright, now we can see really close. There, and let's play that one. Okay, so you can see that right here is where it's hit the water. And this is a reflection. Okay, you can see that it's already hitting the water. Again, it's not the sun hitting the water. The sun goes down on the ceiling behind the water. And I call it a ceiling, but it's the sky. And anybody who argues with that just needs to go outside right now and tell me what's at the horizon. The sky. Now, the sky isn't that low. If you see clouds there, they're still 10,000 feet above the person's head who's standing at the horizon. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to get to your questions at the end. So, let's see here. So you can see there you get the definite melting here at the water line. Now you can see the atmosphere line. See this atmosphere? And when the sun drops below that, you're going to get a reflection of the item off that. Again, this is just from your perspective, and again, it's also a reflection. And again, this is done with, I turned down the, I don't know what it's called, the EV, I think it's the exposure, and I went to all the way so it's the darkest possible. Obviously, this is not what reality looks like. This is, it'd be like me telling you that clouds are going behind the sun or something. It's not what's happening. But you can see here what is happening, where this water line ends. And we'll get forward a little bit more. This is me trying to zoom in even more on it. It was really tough to hold it there. But it really just shows you where the water line goes to. And then you can see it start reflecting here in a second off of the atmosphere above it. Again, it's all above it. It's all reflection. See there? It's reflecting off. But you can actually see here it's like a football. And then that's where the water line is. Okay, so you see this is a reflection off what's way up in the sky from your perspective. Then you'll get a little doubling here. Oops, where is it? Did I miss it? Let me go back a little bit. And I really apologize about my filming. Like I said, the GoPro was doing a time-lapse on the tripod, and I was trying to zoom in way too much. It was too hard. And I was trying to get this green flash and watch me miss it. I was so pissed. And then Miss had to come up to me after. She's like, "You didn't get it? Oh, why did we even come?" I'm like, "Come on, I did the best I could." And then I think I look at some boats out here that were getting trashed. And so you see it was really ugly, gross out there. And let's see, let's look at these boats. Yeah, it was really bad weather. It was supposed to be nice, but then these boats were out there all getting trashed. And I guess they get together. One guy was telling me, I was talking to him, he said when it's going to be a stormy night, they all gather together because this way they don't get lost at sea or something. So they hang out so they can stay close to each other's lights and know they're not drifting away. All right, so that was that, and I want to show you this one more time because we can zoom in on it now that we've done that. Where's that other video? We're just going to show that other video where the sun was going away so you can see where it's setting. I'm going to get to that questions in one moment. What is going on here? Where is that other video? Not that one. That one we... Hopefully everyone remember. Yeah, you guys understand that with a curved, or the impression of a curved atmosphere, that things are going to render differently, like I showed with the light. And I'm just looking for that other video. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So an interesting thing to do here. Oh, good, I did it. That's even by accident. So now I covered up the ground, right? Now remember, this video is of the sun being stationary and you falling backwards. Somebody's told you that and you believe them. That's what everybody believes who believes in the globe. The sun is stationary. You are falling backwards. Head over heels, backwards, and that's why sunsets happen. Could it be any more clear to anyone that the sun moves in the sky? The sun moves. Not you. But people want to believe in men. They want to trust men. They want to trust scientists who have nefarious reasons. So I'm going to zoom in even closer on this. Let me pause it so we can see all the way as close as we can. 1 second. Let me try and let's see how close can... shoot, I moved the thing. 1 second. I'm trying to get this thing. Okay. What is going on? Sorry. I keep moving the overlay piece. You can't see what I'm doing, but surely I tell you I did. 1 second. Well, that's real great. Now this thing's all screwed up. 1 second. Transform, edit, transform, reset. Okay, so that's reset. Now I need this thing moved. Let me turn this thing off for a second. Okay, I'm going to see how close I can get this thing out. Nope. Oh boy. Edit, transform, reset. Keeps grabbing the wrong layer. Grab this one. There we go. I'm just going to zoom in really close to the sun so we can see. And I got to expand it. And expand it. Okay, it's super huge. Nope, a little more. And we can see what happens at a sunset. And you tell me if the sun were spinning backwards. Unbelievable. This thing, grab this thing again. Edit, transform. Anybody knows OBS and how to lock a layer? I'd love to know because I have not figured it out yet. Come on. Where's transform? Edit, transform. There we go. And reset. Okay. Close. And I'm grabbing the other thing, this thing. Okay, I'm trying to make this one super big. Okay, there we go. How big is that? I would have liked a little bit bigger, but it'll work. Alright. And let's play from there. So, as you watch the sun set, remember everything we've been taught about what's happening here. We're falling backwards, the sun is setting. No, clearly the sun, now it hit the water, and now it's going away. There it goes. And you can still see it, and now it's gone. So again, I'll play that one more time from about there. And like I said, if you have questions, I will answer the super chat ones, and then I'll get to the other chat if I have time, and we'll answer them out. Let's see, did I cover everything? So why I'm an AE believer? Well, oh yeah, I want to show you one other thing about that. Jeez, I didn't even go there. So I'll show you one other thing about the AE believer, and then I wanted to draw some things. I don't remember what now. Let me see here. Okay, so we're done with that. Let me bring up this other image. And we're going to go to overlay with paint. Here we go. All right, so I brought up this map here. So one of the things I wanted to talk about as far as, the picture David Weiss draws, I'll start with that. He's drawn this for me too many times. And let's see. All right, so what he draws is a picture where if this is the ground here, and you've got a person here, and a person here, and you've got clouds. We know the clouds are above my head. The clouds are above his head. Okay, but say he's a certain distance away, and to him, the clouds are always 10,000 feet above his head. To me, same thing. And the sun is here. Okay, I see it rendering through right there. Now, as the sun travels this way, okay, we know that our horizon, from our perspective, ends up like this. Okay, because the clouds, we see them meet everything at the ground. If you looked off into the horizon, everything meets at the ground. And that's really what we see when the sun sets, is you're kind of seeing that circle occult this. As crazy as that sounds, it's probably one of the better descriptions of it. Because really, if people say, well, the sun's not dropping, what do you mean by the sun's dropping? Which it's not. The sun isn't dropping. So, why is my mouse not working? Here we go. So let me show you another drawing here as an example. If the sun went below the earth, ever, you would be able to have the earth here. Okay. If the sun was really dropping over here, or we were spinning, causing the sun to drop, then you would be able to have a house that's on a, let's get a better color than pink for a house. Okay, let's say this is a mountain here. Again, this is not to scale by any stretch. Here's a mountain. On top of that mountain is a house. Okay, and at the top of that house is a window. Okay, then at many times it would be possible to have the sun below your feet. Again, it's way over this way, we know that, I'm not drawing to scale. But you would have rays of sun that could enter into the house going up, hitting the ceiling. Somebody find me any evidence of any sun ray hitting the ceiling of your house. You can find them all the time coming in. You know, you can always find sun rays coming into your house. But you will not find any sun rays on a ceiling in anybody's house, on any mountain, anywhere on Earth, because it won't happen. Now you can find them in the sky, because those are crepuscular rays, and they can be anti-crepuscular, which again is just rendering onto the ceiling. And I think people have seen before. There's an example I'll show you. And so I don't know if you've ever seen it before, but there is a shuttle launch. This is going to be a very terrible drawing. This is my shuttle. Wow, that's really bad. Goodness gracious. I can draw better with my hand, I swear. This is the this is the NASA shuttle. That's terrible. And when it's going up, I need a fatter marker, so that's really bad. By the way, the screen's small on my side, so I can't really see it. Okay, so here's their little smoke going up. Okay, so I don't know if you've ever seen it before, but there is a picture where the sun is setting over here and shining up, hitting the shuttle, causing a shadow onto the atmosphere of the sky, and the shadow goes this way down and almost and actually hits the moon. Let me show you, because that is very interesting in the fact that it might have answers to the eclipse. Oh, I could have gotten even closer to that. 1 second, let me get this back just so next time I'm going to go closer. There we go. And let me show you this picture. We're going to go here and here. Yep. And you could just type in shuttle shadow. So I think it's a very famous picture. But I've actually seen tons of... Oh, I need to put NASA shuttle. Oh, no, that's it. Let me make sure you can see what I'm seeing. Transition. So what you got is you've got... And people get confused. I've heard people try and tell me that, no, what you're saying the picture isn't the picture. It absolutely is. This picture here... Oops. That's not good. You can't see that. There you go. The sun is behind you. The sun is behind you. The light's hitting this part of the smoke trail, causing the shadow on the ceiling as I say, which slants down. Okay, so there's so many evidences of all the things I'm talking about. So all the people who want to call me silly and call me every name in the book, well, really it's them who is going to have problems when the truth comes out, because it's going to come out. It's everywhere, and we just don't know how to put it all together yet, for many different reasons. But it's because we don't know all the answers yet. But you can always see these shadows on the so-called ceiling. I'm just going to look up real quick Horizon City, just to look at some images and kind of give you an idea what I'm talking about. Okay, so for instance, this picture here, it doesn't usually say view image. People must believe then that this city goes off that way, and then there's more cities beyond it, but they're sideways. And then there's more beyond that that start to go underneath. And then underneath us is this same thing upside down. It's ridiculous. It's a joke. It's not reality. What's happening here is you can see that just like the water, you run out of your ability to see. Just like when we saw the water, but we saw the sun setting way behind it, there's way more land back here. But everything gets smaller as it goes off in the distance. So, like when Bill Nye says that, why can't we see Spain from, the west coast of America? It's because everything that's beyond this has gotten to the size of nothing. As you get further and further, I don't even know what the limit would be. Jeez, I don't know. A few, maybe 1,000 miles. I don't know. How far you would go until everything is too small to see at all. In fact, it would turn black, wouldn't it? Which is interesting, because that's what happens as you get far away from the Earth going up. We've seen that in Dwayne Kellum's footage many times. So, same thing here. It's just there's nothing going on the other side leaning sideways. It's just not happening. It's they've convinced you that it is. Many people believe that, but it's just not happening. Here's another good picture. Everything that goes beyond this is still, this we can see meets our ceiling, and then everything behind it, you might have more horizon up to about here, but again, I have that paper, shows you that you can't decipher it. You would not be able to know. And remember, the ceiling goes down past. Obviously, it keeps going. So something like the sun that's traveling up there would set behind that, just like it sets behind the water. But things are just going away from you. Nothing is going any lower. The sun over here, as it sets, is not below your feet. The sun is up high in the sky. Because if somebody's over here, they look up in the sky and see it. From our perspective, because the ceiling has to come down like that, that's how that works. So I wanted to show you that and that. And then, you could picture too, like I said before, why wouldn't the sun come this way to rise or set sometimes? Come off to the right. It's a ball. You just come over from it's over here on the right side. Came over here. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. See if there's any other good pictures here. This one here is good. You can even see this mountain back here. I don't know if you can see it. I can. But again, it just becomes really difficult to see. This is a great picture. Really difficult to see. Kind of washed out. Let's look at this one. Same thing. Difficult to see. So I just think that it's really simple, and they've fooled us, and people want to think that they live on a ball for whatever reason. Even though, there's no evidence of anything joining spheres together. I had an interview show with some guy who went off on that, telling me that in a space shuttle, that water congeals as a sphere, which is not what happens at all. Again, you can go in the parabolic flights, or in a space shuttle, but they squeeze their little water out of a little straw. That doesn't count. You're putting the water into a little sphere, and then if you poured more water in there, that wouldn't make more attached to the sphere. That's ridiculous. I'm going to look up here. Where's the ping pong ball ones? Parabolic flight ping pong balls. Yeah, so let's watch this one and see how well these congeal into spheres.
Okay, here we go. 2,000 ping pong balls in 3.
All right, let's make spheres.
1.
All the spheres gathered together and be planets. Who's going to be Mars? Who's going to be Earth? Who's going to be Venus? Who's going to be the moon? Who's going to get in orbit of who? Anybody? Anybody? Plop. What goes up must come down. That's the way it goes. So, you know, if you can see people doing water tricks in a parabolic flight, they don't join as spheres. Let's put water in parabolic flight. So there's no example at all of anything using gravity to make spheres. Yet everybody believes it. No example at all, not a one, and yet it's like twirling the bucket around your head. Like, look at water doesn't fall out of the bucket. Yeah, that's exactly what the Earth is doing, and it definitely has sides like that. Doesn't make any sense. What did I put? Did I put parabolic water in parabolic flight? Let's see here if there's these guys doing it. These ones. Let's look at this one. Okay, come on. Rip. Now again, if you put a little straw and you squeeze out a little water bubble, well then yeah, the water holds to itself. It's going to gather just like we know water does. But it's not going to make a sphere. And neither will anything rock-like. Why did they say water? I'm not going to use water. Come on. I don't know why that video came up. There's no bottle of water or anything here. Didn't it show her holding a bottle of water? God, nothing else bothers me than fake thumbnails. Like, why would you show that? How do you live with yourself? Like, I'm going to put this picture of this girl holding a bottle of water, pouring it out. Oh, there we go. Show me. Nope. I found it. Right here. Oh, boy. Not what I thought. Not what I thought I was getting. So anyway, let me see. Was there anything else I wanted to do? We showed that. We drew the picture. There was something else I was going to draw, but I don't remember what it was. We talked about Wolfie, why he sees the sun. Oh yeah, we wanted to go to, I remember what the other thing was. I want to go to Google Earth. Okay. And did we ever come back here? Maybe this is what I got lost on. Okay, so for some reason you weren't watching this last time. Let me see. Oh, that's working now. Okay, so now I'm going to show you what, remember we saw before Troll Station when clearly the sun was going this way. It came out of the right side here and was going off and around. You saw it getting smaller going this way, and then we even saw it, shoot, don't lose that spot. We even saw it reappear over here. And I can bring that video up again in a second just so people know what I'm talking about. But again, this is Troll Station, and watch here. I'm going to move this camera. Same date, 7:15. So the sun's supposed to come here, and it's supposed to go that way. Goodbye, sun. Going around us. That's, of course, what they tell us. This is how easy it is to fool us, because just somebody like this. But really, the sun goes this way and back around. And let me show you an example of that. Let's go to Adelaide, Australia. Oops, not Afel. Adelaine. Adelaide. Okay. So this is in South Australia. We're just going there for an example here. Okay, so this is Adelaide. We're going to get down here. We're going to look north. Okay, I'm going to show you what's going to happen here. Come on, go faster. All right, so we're looking north. I'm going to get right down here on the ground. Adelaide. Okay, so we're about in Adelaide, somewhere in there. And real quick, I want to give you a drawing with my excellent art skills. And then I'm going to show you what that looks like. Okay, and we're going to transition this over. Oh, and the other thing I want to do, I didn't get a chance to do this earlier. Let me show you the, I don't know if anybody knows it. There's actually a formula for the curvature of flat Earth. And the equation, which a lot of people don't know, is actually 0 times the distance squared. So let me do a couple examples. Like if you're looking 3 miles, it would be 0 times the distance squared. So 3 times 3 is 9 times 0 is 0. Okay, so that's how you do that. That's the curvature of flat Earth. So remember this, 0 times distance squared. And it even works, you know, I know the real one doesn't work over 100 miles. Ours does. You could do like 4,000 miles on a flat Earth times 0. Oops, 4,000 squared. But now you should know by now it's just 0. So isn't that easy? 1 mile? 1 mile is easy. It's 0. All right, just making sure you guys knew the formula in case anybody didn't know. does work on the whole Earth. It's not like other formulas that only work for short distances and that kind of nonsense. All right, so now what we're looking at is Adelaide, Australia. And can I go back to where my map was? That would help me. Come on, map. Yeah, good. So we, again, I'll make this easier so people don't complain that I was talking about the wrong thing here. Let me spin this around. All right, so we're here. So from Adelaide, which is, and I don't know if I'm in the exact right spot, we'll just say here. Okay, so people think, I won't mention names, goofy people think that the sun is doing this for some strange reason. They think the sun goes like this for these people, and the sun goes like this for these people, and the sun goes like this for these people, or this way, which is not the truth. It's just how things are perceived. Again, if the sun is coming around this way, okay, coming around like this. Sun goes like this. From this person's perspective, with the sky that I've already explained how the sky works, that you would see the sun coming as kind of from your east, and I guess it's easier to draw a picture really, but from your east, let's say we're looking out towards the north, like we're going to be here in a second, that the sun is coming from this direction around, but of course things have to rise, right? And then things have to set because of distance. So let's go see what we see when we look at this Google Earth again. Okay, and we're going to look from here. Now watch this view that we see from here. I'm going to try and fast forward this thing a little faster so we can see it go. And we're going to look up higher in the sky. All right. Now watch, and you should get the picture of it. And you're going to see as this thing flies through, and I want it to go lower, so I'm going to wait till the summer here. So right now it's going above our heads. It's coming up from the east. Remember, we're looking north here. Oh, shoot, you don't go back that far? Okay, we'll go backwards. 1 second. Let me get all the way back to the summer, because I need it to be low enough. Okay. So, shoot, I have to look up even higher? I'll go there. Sorry, now I'm getting to questions. 1 second. Okay, so as this thing's coming here, you can see what the sun is doing. Okay, from this perspective, it's coming from the right, from the east, and it's going off to the left to set. Now, if somebody turns and watches the sun, okay, so we're going to keep, let me break this down a little closer this way. Okay, so now you're watching it, and you can see it start to curve around. It's going to go curve around. There it goes. Oops. It went too far. There we go. There. We're going to lower it with it. Okay, so the sun looks to be setting that way, right? We know in the south it goes this way. It's just because that's how our perspective sends it. The sun is going and then out to the right. Meaning if we... Okay, you can hopefully see what I'm doing here. Can you see my mouse? Hopefully you can see my mouse. I don't know. Well, if you can see my mouse, it was coming around this and it's going around that way. But from your perspective, because everything renders in your general area, we know, for instance, you can only see, 3 miles to land? Is that what they say? 3 miles. And so, the sky, we know we can see for much further than that. We can see the sun because it's bigger. I mean, I have no idea how big the sun is. I know Robotham and those guys said 32 miles. Well, imagine how big 32 miles is. That's huge. Some jackasses taught us that the sun is 899,000 miles across, and that's a lie. The sun is, it's not that big. It's not that small. It's probably the biggest thing any of us have ever seen. No one's ever seen something 32 miles in diameter. It's like, that's huge. It's ridiculous. You couldn't even imagine it. So something that large, which is rendering that large, it would come around, go this way. So again, you can just kind of watch this as it flies through. And let me look up this way. Maybe I'm not all the way on the ground or something. Let me see. Usually, yeah, I'm way up in the sky. That's why. All right, let's get down here. All right, now we're on the ground. Now we're looking up. This is the perspective of somebody who's in Adelaide looking north. And see how the sun's doing that? And hopefully you can figure out that is what the sky looks like from your perspective. I don't know how to explain it any clearer. Ronnie, if you can't hear me and you keep saying, no, but it would be going out away from you. That's what's happening. I can't explain to you any clearer. That you're only going to see this part of, you need to get a big room. Imagine a ceiling above your head and imagine that light coming and going on the ceiling when we already talked about how close it is to you. it's barely above your head. When you're talking about the entire shape of the earth and you're talking about this sky is right above us. And so you're going to see it and go, see it and go. And again, it's not a ball of gas. It's not a ball of fire. It's not like you're seeing a actual item here that is in the sky above you here. This is not what the sun is. The sun is it's rendering. I don't know how else to explain that to you. But it's just it's different for each person. And we know that because if you don't believe that, then ask somebody who believes in the globe to triangulate the sun. And they'll tell you that we don't triangulate the sun. Well, there's a reason for that. They'll say it's because so far we can't triangulate. It's so big we can't do this. It's so... No. Isn't it easier to explain that each person is rendered a view differently than somebody else? And we can actually watch that by going like this. Watch. Okay. So we know the sun's right there, right? Now, as I back up, I don't know if you can see the ground enough. Let me look it down a little bit. All right. So we can see that I'm starting to move here, and you'll see that the sun is just rendering for me. See how I move? So if we tried to triangulate this with that distance over here and this distance over here, you're not going to get an accurate answer because the sun is rendering for me. It's like as if there's a source light hitting something and then, oh, here's an excellent test. Miss and I did this. I told David and his girlfriend to do it, Paige. Take, if you don't have one, oh, sorry, get one, the little dome glass piece, put it in the middle of a table, have you and your wife sit on opposite ends, and then take turns shining lights at it and find out if you see the same thing. You won't. That it renders differently for each person. Meaning if you ask her, put your finger where the light is right now, she'll lean forward, put her finger on the dome, and it won't be where you see the light hitting the dome. So just as an example, so you can prove to yourself that it is possible that the sun is just rendering like that. Meaning it could be from a source light and each person is seeing it differently. Because if somebody's over in, let's go see if I can get down here. I want to kind of get away but still see the sun. Is that possible? Let me see if we can get up like this. Sun, you still there? Okay. Right, and then we can kind of move this way. And for each person, it's just going to be a different spot. So if we go far enough this way, it's going to be rising or setting. Right? And it's just because of how it renders to each person. There. So it's never below your feet again. This would just be like you just got further away from this person where we were before, where it was above their head. It's still above their head. It's still above your head, just distance away. And so, somebody else said, well, how does Google Earth work so bad or work so good? And it's because smart people have... here's the way you have to look at it. If you ever had a plane, and let me go back to my drawing. If you ever had a plane and you... Just think how easy it is to make that into a ball. It's not difficult. It wasn't even really hard for them. It took them a lot of years and took them a lot of smart... Oops, you're not seeing my screen again. It took them a lot of years, took a lot of smart people. But I just don't think it's as difficult as many think. Because if this is a plane, then you would just wrap it. Let's say... Let me get back over here. Let's just say that we don't even know what this map is yet. So we have nothing. And... all we know is that oops, that's the wrong color. So all we know is we've got some continents. We got this continent, and this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, so we got those 4 continents on a plane. We don't know how big it is, but we want to trap people here. Okay, we say we don't know how big this is, so we want to trap people here. That if you just took a drawing of the square, that you say, okay, we're going to rope off from here to here, to here, to here. Okay, so we just decide we're going to rope that off. Then what you do is, then there's mathematical equations for wrapping a plane into a sphere. You wrap it around the sphere. Now, I don't know if you guys think you would have extra, or would you have more of the sphere that you need to fill in? If you get the answer right, it's that a plane is extra. So there would be extra areas of the plane that would not fit on the sphere. And the best thing to do would be to chop out pieces of the ocean. So if you chopped out these pieces of the ocean and said, let's pretend those don't exist, then you would wrap the sphere. It would work on the sphere. And then you got smart people like Tim Osmond saying, well, how do the longitude and latitude work? How could they ever work? Well, once you have this, it's easy. It's very simple. You call this and this and that and this. You call that your 90 degrees south. You call this your 90 degrees north. And you make your lines of longitude and latitude. And this is how easy it would be to fool us. And yet people think like, it can only be a sphere. It can only be a sphere. Nothing else it can be. There's no way to trick me. You draw your latitude, your longitude here. Your equator. And you have your longitude, latitude lines. And all of a sudden, what once was a huge plane for people to go around is now a sphere where they're stuck. Especially if you make this middle north. And it's magnetically north. Because then you can't go anywhere else. So you start to sail your boat this way, like I'm going to take off. I'm going to see if there's something else going on over here. Well, you can't, because your boat's going to tell you, no, go this way. Right? If you have your compass, we'll draw a compass here. If you're right here, and you've got your north, south, east, west, don't tell me I'm not. I am. Sorry, I saw my text light up, so I thought for a second somebody was telling me I wasn't on. North, south, east, west. Okay, so if you had this, then if you start to go, that north has to turn with you. North, this dot is going to stay north, wherever you're going. So there's no way, how would you travel out here? It's just going to be, it's not going to work for you, because south is going to take you here. So you're going to start to travel this way, and then south is going to take you this way. You can't even get there. That magnetically, it doesn't exist. As you start going this way, south is going to bring you back this way, because it's just the opposite of north. So it's just easy to describe how they would be able to do it. And then you would have big bodies of water where you couldn't track planes, right? These areas here, you can't track, because otherwise somebody knows they exist. So what you have to do is kind of have planes. Let's say you're going from Santiago to Australia, or Australia to Santiago. You have to have planes get lost here, because you can't, that land doesn't exist. There's no such thing as that land. And then you have planes fly across, and if they get up in some jet streams and move there pretty quick, then the only way anybody would ever know is the person who designed the map. Because anybody else would assume that the plane is getting there, that it must be, if this is, say, 7,000 miles, okay, to go that distance. Here's 7,000 miles. That if you get there in a certain amount of time, then you would just divide that by the time. And that's how you get how fast you were going. So if the plane was going 610, well, then the plane was going 610. That's how you figure it out. But if this is actually 9,000 miles, then it's a different story. But nobody would know this. Not the plane, not the pilot, not the air traffic control, because this does literally not exist. There's nothing that's happening here. The only way you would know it exists is if for whatever reason the plane was getting there way late. But again, if they can get the jet streams, and again, I have to do a video I've seen Jim Fetzer talking about this, and people don't seem to get that if you believe that those planes are proof of the globe Earth, well, then you're not thinking, because if those planes are going what they tell us, then they're not taking advantage of, they go about 620 miles per hour or so. And the jet streams out there are 150, sometimes 200. Oh, that's what I was going to look at too. Sometimes 150. So let's say they're 200. Okay, so that means the plane should be going 820. Okay, the jet stream is carrying the plane that way. And no, it's not over the sound barrier. I've talked about this many times. The sound barrier is you going through the wind, through the air. And if there's a jet stream, then the whole thing is being carried that direction. So you can get 820 miles per hour, or you're going 420 miles per hour and not taking advantage of any jet streams. You're just coasting. This is what you have to believe if you think that those flights prove the ball Earth. And you think planes that could be getting there much faster just don't want to. That's just cruise speed for this 11.5-hour flight. We don't need to get there. No one's in a rush. Okay, let's go look at one thing real quick, and that is the where is it? I wanted to show this and Earth Global Map. Okay, we're going to look at earth.nullschool. If I can find overlay browser, transition. Okay, so this is earth.nullschool. I'm sure many people have seen this before. Come here. Now, if you remember, you used to be able to go to, and look how ridiculous these winds are and everything. You used to be able to go to AE and it would immediately change to the azimuthal equidistant map. Now what does it do? Changes to an azimuthal equidistant, but puts Antarctica in the center. Believe me, if you think that's just a coincidence that the owner of this changed it for some reason, go ahead. Believe that all you want. So we can drag this out. We'll get the Antarctic to go around the outside. Then I try and get the lines as straight as possible on the edges, the longitude lines, latitude, longitude, there. Okay, so I'd say that's about correct. And lots of different things that you can look at here. We're going to go wind and, let's see, what's 70? So, you know, it's usually between this and this, like I said before, but this is at 250, which is like 35,000 feet. And punch in here, look at 242 kilometers per hour. How about that out there? 136. Oops, what did I do? Shoot. Hold on, I broke it. There we go. So you've got somebody flying from here. They're just able to get up in these jet streams. 253 kilometers per hour. Okay, 268 kilometers per hour. So they're not taking advantage of any of this. They don't care. They're just traveling 420 miles per hour, ignoring the fact that the plane could get there twice as fast. And that's the truth. That if they're going 420 and could be going 820, they could be getting there twice as fast, and they're not. Or you have to believe the plane is going much further than they tell us. So don't need to tell you which one I believe or which one makes more sense. Clearly the one that makes more sense is that they're lying about that distance. And that's what you would do if you were trapping people on a sphere, but you lived on a plane. You would have to get rid of land. You would have to get rid of surface features. You would not get rid of actual land. And if you did, then you could hide it from people. And I've heard a lot of interesting theories about Greenland. You know, think about that idea. And these are things I throw out there because, you know, maybe people have done some research and I could say something. They're like, oh my goodness, now that you mention that. Think of Greenland, which in all the old writings is described as Greenland, like the name says. A lush green place. And now think of Greenland as we are given it. And it's completely whited out on the globe. Maybe we can go check that out. Is there anything else I wanted to show on here? I wanted to show those. And, oh yeah, just how everything makes sense on... Let me go to ocean here. The way that the currents make sense, the way that waves make sense, the way that... let's go back to the air. Okay, and that's... Because they got all kinds of little things you can do here. They have wind, they have temperature, they have relative humidity, they've got wind power density, precipitation. This is the convective energy, and Bob will know about that one. And this is precipitable weather. This is total cloud cover. This is mean sea level pressure. Does this make sense on a flat Earth? You bet your bottom dollar does. And this is the misery index, which is where it's the hottest. Wonder if that makes any sense. And let's go to wind. Or let me see. Do I want to do temperature? Does temperature make any sense? That it's the hottest here, coldest here. Why wouldn't it be this here? Why isn't it purple in the middle? Why is it just purple on the outside? It's a globe. It's the same thing at both ends. There is no difference. In fact, the sun is 3 million miles closer to this. And yet, people still want to argue. There's no proof of the flat earth. You have no evidence. Yeah, every bit of evidence we have is dismissed by people with words. That's all they have. They have nothing. There's no pictures of earth. There's no proof that it spins. None of it. Zero. And yet, people want to still argue rather than just turn and look at those who have lied to us and demand that they prove it. And they would be over in a week, a month. If as humanity we just said, hey, what does it hurt to ask people to prove their bullshit? What does that hurt us? If they prove it, then we say, yeah, see, told you flat earthers, you guys are idiots. No, instead you guys want to act like you're cool, and let's just call them idiots before we even check anything. Well, enjoy your slavery. Don't know what else to tell you. So, you know, something like this is the air currents. Again, let's look down here. Let me scroll this. So see if this makes sense. You've got a sun and a moon going this way, okay, which is going to cause things to go out this way, like the Coriolis force, right? You have the sun and moon going this way, which is going to kick things out this way. Everything's going to go this way, and as you go this way, look at this stuff. This stuff's all traveling this way. So you're getting that current. Now you got things on the inside going off to the right, which is exactly what the Coriolis force says. Things going this way are going this way. Oops, why did I do that? Those aren't very straight. Okay. There we go. Everything on the outside this way. Everything on the inside this way. Does that make more sense, or does this make sense? Let's really look at this. Remember, the Earth is spinning this way. Spinning to the east. And all the wind goes east. What? What causes the wind to go east? The spin? The spin's going east. And actually, the spin is where we at right now. We're about, probably even up higher than that. We're probably like that. If the sun's on the other side, I'm putting the sun over there. And the Earth's spinning this way, and it makes no sense. Makes no sense. Earth this way, then the wind would go this way. Earth spinning, wind. And if you haven't, I know you haven't heard it yet, but in a couple days there's going to be a debate that Dave Weiss and I had with some scientists, and a guy from NASA, a guy from SpaceX, and they were stumped on this one. They could not. They told me Coriolis force. I said, you can't. That's not an answer. When I ask you what's making these winds go, this wind is going 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth spins. 236 kilometers, 86 kilometers, 123. 247, 177. So it's going faster than the Earth spins in this direction, and his answer is Coriolis force. How could the winds move faster than the ball is spinning? Coriolis force. No, I don't think that's a good answer. Doesn't work. If they're going this way, then the wind should be blowing that way, not the other way. So, just wanted to show you that ball, which is not where you live, in case you were wondering. And we already looked at that. And was there something else I had in... I thought there was one more thing I had. Oops. That was not it either. Nope, that was not it either. What was I going to do? 0, no. Okay. I think that's it on that. Alright, I'm going to answer questions now. Let me shut this down. And we'll put up something for us to watch while I go check the chat. Let's see, what do we want to watch? What do we got over here? Let's put in on this thing for now. Oh, I didn't see people have it actually. Never mind, I forgot the chats are up there for people to watch. Okay, so I'm going to read the super chats. All right, first one is from Phil. Hey, Phil, thank you for your super chat yesterday, too. I saw that. Appreciate it. Space is empty and void. What the fuck are we never seen anything up there? What the fuck we never seen? Yeah, I don't know what to tell. I don't know. That's the hardest part about all this is that, you know, it pisses me off every day that we gave money to a company, a civilian space agency, to tell us what was up there. We, couldn't afford a rocket. We each gave $1. And again, this could be over tomorrow if I was in charge of NASA, because I would go and send a rocket up and tell the truth tomorrow. Next one, Platonic Forms. Thank you very much. Thank you for not getting involved in the flat earth drama. I try not to, Corey. Thank you so much. The whole thing, can't we all get along? The thing about it is I just wish people understood that people are people. People are going to make mistakes. People are themselves. People are different personalities. And, you just kind of got to go with it. Math Boylan, for example, the guy keeps saying bullshit, saying I sell baby or human skinned journals on my website. And you can get some vials of blood with that or something. I don't know. But even that, I just know that that's the kind of guy he is. I mean, for God's sakes, the guy came over my house for a barbecue and told me a few days later that I worked for the FBI because he heard footsteps upstairs, even though he saw me take my dog upstairs when he got to the house. So for somebody like that, again, but I still have a soft spot for him. He's a flat earther. And that's how I wish everybody acted towards everybody. I don't go around and say, oh, now Matt's a shill. Oh, Matt's a shill. He's going to wreck the movement. I don't give a F. I can believe the Earth's flat on my own. I don't need math. If he ever wants to come back around to reality, we'll all be here for him. I just wish everybody worked that way. You don't need to go. I mean, the amount of people that have called me a shill after 2.5 years of the work I've done is a joke. It's a joke. Those people are an absolute total joke to me. They're a joke. They don't deserve to know the truth. They don't. They should be on their own. Just go ahead. Don't watch my stuff, because all I'm doing is just speaking, and because I speak, I'm a shill, oh, you're working with the potato crew or whatever people say. It's like, think whatever you want. There's enough people around that know by this time that I'm legit. And by legit, I simply mean I'm being honest. Everything I've ever said about who I am, what I've done is the truth, and people still want to make up shit. But if you do want to get any vials of blood, they're available 50% off right now. Let's see. Jaron, love your views. You woke me up fall 2015. Keep up the good work. By the way, you and Mr. Rock on TFR every Monday night from 6 to 9. It is still the #1 show. Thanks for the art lesson. Time months, appreciate that. Wasn't a very good one, I know. So I'll try and follow the... Let me see if we can turn on the other chat here just to see. Oh, actually, I'll look over here. 1 second. And if anybody has questions in the chat, if you could just put my name so I can see it. If you put my name, Jeranism, not Jaron, because it will highlight it for me, and then I can see what's going on. All right, so I'm in the other chat now. See, there's a 420 comment. That's cool. We have no idea whether we are going 600 or 900 when in a jetliner flying from place to place. You could even be going 1,100 miles per hour. There is no way for us in a jetliner to sense the true speed. Right. I don't think jetliners are going faster than the speed of light. I'm sorry, the speed of light. It's faster than the speed of sound. They're certainly not going faster than the speed of light, but faster than the speed of sound. But again, the speed of sound changes with altitude, #1. And #2, if there's any kind of wind, any kind of jet stream, the plane doesn't even know that the planes are set to Mach. So let's say you set your plane at 0.95 Mach, then the plane maintains that speed through the atmosphere and cares not what wind is carrying it. It wouldn't even know. The only way it would know is GPS, which is ground-based, which if the ground doesn't know that that land exists, you just get there when it says. See here. God, what's that smell? It smells like fire, but I don't think it smells fire. Let's see here. Trying to find other questions. Oops, I scrolled. So again, just put Jeranism in something if you have a question, because what time is it? Okay, good. I said it'd be done by 9. Close enough. I do have... Oh, I'll show it. I'll show it now. I do have the experiment that I want to do. I'm waiting for one other confirmation, and then I think it's... I told about it on Raw on Monday, that it's an experiment that if it came out on the globe side, I think I would say I believe, or I would accept that the Earth was a ball. And if it didn't, then I would hope that people would accept the Earth is flat. Of course, they never will. But it's one experiment that I want to do that will not cost me much, maybe $400. So, let's see here. If anybody's got a question. Jaron stumped NASA. Yeah, it's going to be a great... It happened like a week or two ago, but I guess those guys haven't put it out yet. It was on somebody else's podcast. And you got to hear it. It was good. I think that, well, to be fair, those guys thought they were, if you got told, if you worked for NASA and somebody said, hey, you want to talk to some flat earthers on the radio? They're going to go in there cocky and not ready for that, because they're just going to be like, oh, flat earthers. And David and I are a little bit more versed, a little bit in some interesting issues that we were asking about relativity and gravity and stuff. They just got a little bit lost. Let's see here. Hey, Mike. What's going on, Mike Helmick? Love your work, too. I know how to prove the AE map, Jaron. Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of things still good about it. I guess I didn't really touch on that a whole lot, but I think it's certainly better than any square map, and let me tell you why. All of us, I think, have to admit that the circle map is what allowed you to open your mind to the point that we've been lied to about the globe. They clearly tried to hide the circle map as we grew up. They didn't talk about Antarctica being the ice wall. They don't put it in the UN logo. There's lots of things about it. If they would put it like at the edges of the UN logo, somebody would look at that and been like, wait a second, what? And, I just remember personally when my wife told me, could the Earth be flat? I jumped down her throat and said, no, not like that. By the way, no, that was later. So I said, no, how do planes go around it? It doesn't make any sense. Water would fall off. All the things we've ever thought. And then when you see the azimuthal equidistant, what a different idea it is. It just is like, holy smokes. So I think it's important for that reason. So if we all abandoned it, which is, I think, the goal of whoever's trying to push this idea of the square map, then it would make people not want anything to do with the flat Earth. And Darren Nesbitt, like I said, love the guy, love his music. He actually said that in his video, that people are going to get turned off of the flat earth because of the circle map. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I would not be where I am if somebody told me, Jaron, you know how they told you live on a ball? Actually, you live on a big square, and the sun moves that way, and we chase it down, and it morphs to the other side. I'd be like, get the hell out of my town. I'm not talking to you. So I don't see that as being a... Let's put it this way. If the earth is a square with a morphing sun, then I don't care. Then I'll go back to the ball. I don't care. Then if the sun is able to just like morph to the other side, and even though we're in a plane going north and it flips, we flip in the plane to the other side and nobody notices, then who cares? Then I don't care. The reason I got into this is because reality didn't seem like what they were describing. And so I looked into it and found out that they've lied about a lot of it. And that by using your own mind and your senses, your 5 senses, I felt like you can draw a better picture of reality than they could. Then the only thing that was left is, could they possibly have lied to you about your reality? Otherwise, there's the chances are that their reality is real and yours is not. But when you look into it, all of a sudden you realize there's no space travel. We've got a tin can orbiting Earth, never shown a 24/7 video feed, never shown a video of the Earth, never shown a picture. We don't have cameras on the moon. We don't have bases on the moon. What if the Earth got hit by an asteroid tomorrow and everybody was destroyed? It'd be NASA's fault that the human race didn't go on. And I'm saying that from a perspective of a glober, that's how they should all feel. They should all be on NASA's ass for why don't we have 60 people living on the moon in case there's some catastrophic event that the human race can continue. They all act like it's so big. It's so important to them. We got to get to Mars, man. We got to be multiplanetary. Why don't we start it with a base on the moon so that we're safe? But of course, they can't get there. And if we couldn't get to the moon, then there's a reason why they lied about it. You know what I think that is. I mean, think about it. We all grew up thinking we went to the moon. So whether or not you can realize it, whether or not you can grasp it, you think people can live on a ball because you've been told people can live on a ball. You think that a spacecraft can go to the moon and land anywhere on the moon and it's upright because we've seen video. They landed and they stood upright. They weren't standing sideways on the ball. That means that no matter where you're at on the ball, you're upright. Now that's covert, because deep down inside, now when you get to that age and you realize, okay, I don't think they went to the moon, it's still hard to kick that habit of the fact that you're always upright. And everything in our life tells us that. Somebody told me the other day, why don't we get a trough? They said, get a 2-mile long trough and pour water in it and then measure each side how far away the water is from the top. I'm like, dude, are you thinking what you're... This is the kind of shit we have to deal with. You can't do that because they will just say water's pulling down the earth equally in all directions. It will definitely measure flat. And they'll say, nope, the water's pulling down equally every position on the earth. So what they were able to do, like I drew that flat map, right? I drew that flat map. We drew the corners. We closed it onto a sphere. Guess what? I could tell people they live on a sphere at that point, and it's not provable that they don't. Because they can simply say, everything pulls to the center, dude. Dude, watch me drop my pencil. Gravity. Everything pulls to the center, dude. That's what it... And you can't disprove it. Because there's really no... I do have a test. I'll show you in a second. There's really no tangible test that a lot of people can think of that would prove it one way or the other. I think I found the killer. I think I found it. But I ran it by Jesse Kozowski. He had one thing about it that I think might be true, and if it is, then it's worth doing anyway, because it's going to prove that theodolites are not real or not doing what they're supposed to do. But I think, yeah, you can't just use a trough because they'll say the water's being pulled down equally in all areas. That's why it's measuring level, which is, of course, ridiculous. Let me check the chat again. Sorry. Let's see. Is my name anywhere in here? Oh, good. I know how to prove the... Oh, didn't I already read that? Oh, shoot. This chat thing is not catched up. All right, I see him now. Sorry. I see it now. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, boy, there's a lot. Oh, boy. All right, I'm going to go... Oh, geez. Holy smokes. All right, I'm going to try and go fast through these ones. That's too many. Bro, I think you're 100% onto something with the sun that blows my mind and feels right. I think so, too. I don't think it's necessarily an item. Nothing but respect, Jaron. Thanks. Keep going. Thanks, Maximus Prime. Appreciate that. I know how to prove the AE map. All right, let's tell us now. 100 jacks. Jaron, Southern Stars, how does it work? I'm going to write that down because I'll show you in a drawing, and I can't, you're not going to, well, I'll show you in a drawing. So I got that down on my list. I'm going to do that 1 second when I go back to the draw pad. I can explain it. I can rationalize it in my head, but to model it, it's going to take somebody with 3D skills that are beyond mine. Jaron is, okay, get that one. Jaron, where is the dome? I don't know if there's a dome. I'm not sure that there is. Again, if you think of the pressure in the system that we're in. There's barometric pressure. I think that pretty much tells us we're enclosed, but I don't know. I don't mean by a dome. It could be magnetically. It could be a lot of different things that, and then again, where you're at, you look around, go outside tonight and look around. It looks like a dome because you're looking through layers of atmosphere that get farther and farther away, and that bends light down towards the horizon. Let's see here. Jeranism, have you made a model of what you think the Earth looks like? Well, I think it looks like the azimuthal equidistant. I mean, I think for the most part that's pretty close. I think possibly some continents are a little closer, but I don't think it's that far off. I'm definitely confused on, half of me wants to believe in the ice wall. The other half wants to think that there's more land. So it kind of is in between because I think both are kind of possible. If Antarctica takes up kind of a large part, and then I have to get into the whole idea of Captain Cook and all them lied about going all the way around because, wouldn't they get to a spot where they could get out? A place called Summers Gate. I actually have somebody that's going to Tampa Library, I think this week, and they're going to be checking for me if all the books from Iron Republic are as they show us in the PDF, because Tampa Bay Library has them all. So that's going to be a huge thing to find out and look into that, because that guy described going through, and somebody else wrote the book. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. The person who writes the book at the beginning says, by the end of this book, we will have to redo scientific understanding because the Earth is a plane, and we'll have to use this Zetetic method. Then he goes on telling the story. He goes to this new Iron Republic place. He's talking about in 1902, airplanes, magnetic travel, cell phones, like Amazon, what is it called? That girl's name, whatever, Alexa. He's describing all those kind of things in 1902, way ahead of his time. Then when he comes back and he's writing the end of the book, he's talking about the 24-hour sun in the south and that we live on a globe. It is completely as obvious as it gets that somebody wrote the second half of that story, because he described it as a real story, and the person who wrote the second half is a different author. If you've read books, you know how you can tell authors. So there's something up with that, and you can't find that magazine anywhere. I looked on eBay for a year. It's not even one volume has been on sale. And so I thought they maybe destroyed them all, because they have the PDFs everywhere. You can look at the PDF. And then one person found it, the entire set, in Tampa Bay Library. So they didn't live in Tampa Bay, but somebody else that does contacted me. They're going to go with the PDF and verify it's exactly what the real one said. Let's see, next one. What would happen if you made a carpenter's bubble level 1 mile? Yeah, balance it at center and put a marble at one end. I mean, if that, great idea, but how much is that going to cost us? I mean, that's ridiculous to think about. But if you glued a bunch of levels together, you'd still need, I like the idea of 3 miles. I think 3 miles would easily prove it. That's 15,000 bubble levelers glued end to end. Let's see. No dome. I don't think so. You wanted another website, usewindy.com. Okay, that's for the jet streams. Jeranism, shadows aren't rendered. Shadows come from, go to your mirror, shine a light off the mirror, and then tell me if shadows appear on the items that are on the ground. Of course they do. It's still light. I'm saying that the sun is not a ball of gas. The sun is light. Whether it's reflected or not, it's light. Meaning, it's crazy, because just think about the sun at the beach. Line up 100 people down the beach 100 yards apart. So a football field between you and 100 people, each one of them. And then each person would see the sun, but there's that reflection that's coming down from it. And each person would see that reflection all the way to their feet. But nobody could see each other's. So it's kind of the same thing. Yes, I understand it's different in the fact that that's a reflection on water. But if you think of, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. You can take any piece of glass, Okay, break a mirror, break something, a bunch of glass, and take that glass and reflect the sunlight onto a wall. And no matter what, it's always a circle. Okay, so you could take a triangle piece of glass, reflect the sun onto a wall, and the reflection of the sun is a circle. Now, if you go put your hand where that reflection is, will your hand get burnt? Absolutely, because you're getting the heat from the sun or from, reflected onto your hand. Will there be a shadow? Absolutely. So I'm not really sure I gather what you mean by that. Have you measured the speed of sound, Jaron? Nope. I hear it's about 600 or 700 miles per hour. Pretty sure that's probably pretty accurate at ground level. I don't have any reason to doubt it. But up higher, I have no idea. What about planes that are filmed that stand still? Seen that? Yeah, is that more of an optical illusion? Certainly interesting. I've heard about it, but and I've also seen planes get places incredibly fast and planes take forever. But again, the spinning Earth idea with the winds and all that, then planes should be faster going to California from New York, and they're not. It works the other way around because of jet streams. Jaron said you can't buy real blood online, and that is an outright lie. Fishermen buy it for bait all the time. What kind of blood? Fishermen? Oh, I didn't mean you can't buy blood. I don't know what kind. You can't buy bat's blood from my website. That's for sure. It's not even. It's. I don't think you can buy blood. You can buy blood. What kind of blood? Tell me. Yeah, answer that question. I don't think you can buy. What if you got sick from it? What if you got some disease from it? I don't think you can buy blood. Have you seen the plane stopping midair? What is going on? I don't think they stop in midair. Isn't it like it's an optical illusion? They still are moving forward through the air that they're in, but they're not moving from your perspective. Southern Stars, yep, I'm going to catch that one. Can you see stars from an airplane? Yes. Missa has videos she took when she went to Montana last. There's not very many, and they are weird looking. They're kind of like triangles. It's weird. What's up with this fool named Soundly whom thinks he has filmed the curve on Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana? Yeah, I watched that video a few times and then tried to kind of model it out, and it's not curve. I mean, it's not the curvature of the Earth. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to describe it. Somebody described it as, have you ever seen the yarn art? If you take a bunch of pieces of yarn and stretch them, let me see if that's what it's called. Shit, I probably have the wrong name of it. Something that you do, it's called yard art, I think, or yarn art. Let me see. Because if you see it, you'll understand what I mean. That they're all a bunch of straight strings, but whoops, not ISS yarn art. It's not what they're called. It's when you use yarn like this, but you pull a bunch straight, and it makes curves. God, what is that called? Yarn something? I don't know what it's called. Anyway, I'll find that for you and show you. It's just, it looks kind of like this, but they're all straight. But because of the way you pull them, it makes curves. It's just kind of what it looks like to me. But I'll look into it because I did find it interesting too. Let's see here. Usewindy.com. I saw that one. Why is the flat motionless plane curved and rotating? It's not. Don't know what you mean by that. Why is the flat motionless plane curved and rotating? The flat motionless plane is not curved and it is not rotating. Jeranism. Wait, let me tell you. Yeah, please do. Observing a sunset via naked eye, could the sun be brought back into view via zoom like ships and boats? No, and because there's nothing further that you can look at. I don't know how to describe it any better, but when you are losing something from the bottom, you're losing it because it's meeting that convergence layer. And you can only do that for a little bit, right? We know boats after that line will still eventually start to go away. They'll get morphed into the horizon. I do think maybe there's a possibility that you could do it if you get it within 5-10 seconds, because the sun is going 1,000 miles per hour and the boat is going 20. So it's much faster, and it's on the ceiling part. The only way I can describe it is in a bedroom. You know, it's I've tried to model it. Every single model thing that I've ever done. Oh, this might be a picture here. Just saw this right. Oh, are you even watching my thing? Great. I hate when I do that. I gotta learn how to figure that out. Let's see here. Browser. Nope. What? Sorry, I don't know what I'm looking at here. Browser. Where's the other one? This one. There we go. I was looking at the wrong one. I can't tell if this is it or not. Let me see this picture. Well, it's kind of like this, but it's when, you know, all these strings, it's kind of like this, but you put it like in a hallway, and like all the strings, maybe it's like this one. that all these strings are straight, but it makes it look like curves. I have to check on that. I'll look into that whole. Oops. I'll look into that Soundly video. I thought that Dr. Zach did it, but then I noticed he did the wrong poles or something. So yeah, with the we went back to the beach recently, and we were looking at boats. This is the time before this last time, and you know, it's just way different. The sun is on the ceiling or on the sky. I don't know what to call it. The sun is on the atmosphere above you, so it's not quite the same as the ground. Meaning, think of the difference. Okay, let's think of the bedroom again. Think of the 5-mile bedroom. It's as big as your city. The ceiling's just 8 feet like it is now. Picture a light above your head, lighting up your area. Then it starts racing to the other side. After halfway or so, if you looked off in the distance, you would see the ceiling hit the floor. Now, if somebody was walking away from you, they're going to disappear a lot faster than what's on the ceiling, because the ceiling is the furthest that you can see, whereas the floor is going to converge quicker. So if somebody's feet started to disappear and then you could only see their back, you could pull out a telescope and you could see further and be able to bring back their feet. But when the light goes further past that, think of how much further behind that point that the ceiling would hit the floor. Way beyond that. Hopefully that makes sense. That it's not like it meets at the same point. It's not like boats disappear at the edge where the sun sets. It's way, way further. Much, much further. Let's see here. Okay, so you have the 3 GPS latitude points. And remember, latitude goes from east to west. Use 2 of the points to aim the laser. Prefer that they be as close as in a few meters apart. Use them to... Okay. If the outer edge is round or squared, what difference does that make? I don't think it does. I don't think you can get out there. I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't know. That'd be conjecture. Okay, so you have 3 GPS latitude points, and remember, latitude goes from east to west. What? Use 2 points to aim the laser. Prefer that they be close as a few meters apart. Use them. Okay, so but you do understand GPS. What that comes from. I'm a little confused. Jeranism, where are you? I am in Monterey Bay Area at my house in the back bedroom. Jeranism, flat earth photography's last video had cloud shadows pointing up in a sunset. Can you help me understand how that can be? Yeah, I think that the best video that was done by that, I think it was P-Brains. What we're seeing there is reflections. It's the same thing, if we're talking about the same thing, that... Oh, wait, you're not talking about the same. You said shadows. Flat Earth had cloud shadows pointing up in the sunset. Can you help me understand? Yeah, because it's from your perspective. It's from your view. It's the same thing as when we see lit clouds, right? So you've seen clouds before at sunset that appear to be lit from the bottom. But what happens is if somebody is standing underneath those clouds, they may not necessarily see the same clouds lit from the bottom. The way we know that is you've seen like at sunrise and sunset how clouds are like a beautiful purple or a beautiful red. Well, think about the people those clouds are above their head. The clouds aren't that color. So that color that you're seeing is only yours. You're seeing that reflection of color. It's not, everybody doesn't see that. So it's the same thing when you see shadows or you see rays going up, it's from your perspective, and it's not having to do with the real reality, because the real reality, you know somebody is underneath those clouds, and that's not happening. Hopefully that made sense. Let's see what else we got. Not sure if I've heard you talk about the outrageous momentum and mass of the Earth. How do you feel about the core or separate core from the shell at such a speed the core would blow up? Yeah, the whole thing makes sense. I mean, there's no magnetism that can exist in a liquid core. Plus, you know, they say everything has an equal and opposite reaction. Yet, what about the Earth spinning? What is the opposite reaction unless it's doing something to the wind inside of the spin, which it's not. The wind is moving with it. So if that's happening, then what is the wind doing to the vacuum? They say nothing. So at that point, it's bullshit. What is that smell? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Iron Republic set located in Jacksonville Library. Unless there are 2 sets we have found. Oh, did I say Tampa Bay? Maybe it is Jacksonville. I might have been mistaken. Sorry about that. If it is there, Have you gone and seen it? That's awesome. You can answer in the regular. Because I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. I don't think that they'll match for some reason, but maybe they've, I don't know. That's an awesome thing to see. It would mean a lot because that guy was describing a real story. And if he finished the book or whatever, if anybody could find the information about him after, but he was gone. And he even said his boat was there. You could go look at all the evidence. Jeranism, watch a Dan Dimension video called Let There Be Light. Yeah, awesome. It's totally part of the belief that and I've seen it. You know, I think we've all seen it. Maybe 2 months ago or so, there was one morning where I was up trying to watch the ISS. It was like 5 in the morning. And as it got lit, I realized that like around over where the sun was rising, it was completely overcast and cloudy. But I looked around and said, how is the whole sky was lit already? The sun was nowhere to be seen. It was still below the horizon by quite a bit. So it, you know, it tells me something about the sun excites or ignites the different gases in the atmosphere. Let's see here. If there's anything else. NASA doesn't operate where I live. Nepal. Thank goodness for that. They'll keep them out of there, believe me. Jeranism, what's up with this fool named Soundly? I think I read that one. Use them to aim the laser, and on the third point, which is about a mile or maybe more away, the third point should not line up with the first 2 points if the AE map is accurate. What? Oh, okay. Well, I could show you that on the globe. I mean, that definitely will happen, I think. Jeranism, you are a standing refutation to humanity's worth. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm a standing refutation. No, I don't know what you mean by that. Explain yourself. Jeranism, thanks for not filling your chats with power trippy wrench mods that do nothing but destroy the movement by censoring open minds in every single chat that you see in over a grudge. So let me put it this way, though. I just let them be. I mean, it doesn't bother me. If people want to all go watch over there and be a chat person with a wrench, I just don't. It doesn't bother me. Unless they start talking about the globe and saying that they believe there's rovers on Mars, then maybe I'll speak up. I have never been upright. Yes, you have been. Jeranism and IPS are ready to go back to the ball. I give it less than a year. Well, the truth is that it would need to be proven to me. It's been 2.5 years and nothing has even come close. So when I say that there's a test, and I'll show it to you, there's a test that if it did show what the results would be, I would think if it was a ball, then I think it would be pretty hard for me at that point, once I've seen that test, to say it's not true. Because that's not somebody lying to me. That's every fact about the ball can be explained by saying somebody's lying to me. And so it's easy to keep going and to keep researching more. And yeah, the more I look, the more I find it definitely supports the idea of a flat earth. Nothing's finding any support for the ball except for the stories we were all told, the things I've already known. And they are not proof. They are just word salad. None of it is proof. And when you talk about NASA, once you know that they've faked the moon landings, then to accept anything of theirs, they can't even give me a 24-hour view of the Earth. $53 million a day. I won't ever give them a break. They will have to earn it somehow. Then they can't. They've never come close. They're a group of liars. Let's see here. Oh, is that at the bottom? Or did my thing reset? Hold on. That was as many as I thought if I got to the bottom. Oh, there's more. Do you own a solar filter for your Coolpix 900? I do not have a P900. I have a Sony DSC-HV200V or something like that. It's a good camera. It's older, but it's not a P900. Mike Friedman. Oh wait, that is a really good idea, Mike. Jeranism, please. Let me show you the experiment I want to do, and then I'm gonna be done. So, last chance for Q&A time. Ever work for NASA, Matt? Yeah, I don't think he did, but you know, fucking shadows, brah. Thanks, John. Okay, let me show you because don't look at the chat. Okay, I'm just gonna show you this one experiment real quick, and we'll be done. And you guys can think about it and comment about it and tell me if you see it the same way I do, because I think it will prove it. Let me show you. Where's the Google overlay? So first I'm going to show you the location. I'm not going to show you exactly where because, well, as we get closer, people are going to know because I'm going to tell everybody if they want to come out and do it with us. But to make sure nobody pre-calls the owner of the land or anything and tells them what we're doing it for. Let's see here. Okay. So, where we're going to go is in California at the Sacramento River. Get rid of that thing. What is this? Can I get rid of this? This is for our test the other day. We were going to do 22 miles and the weather didn't play. Nice. So this. How do I get rid of that? Oh, wait. I know where it is over here. Where is this at? This one. Nope. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. That one. There we go. All right. I had to get rid of that. So we want to find the. Gosh. I think I'm not bent right. Here we go. Okay. Get over here. So we're going to the Sacramento River, which is in Sacramento, believe it or not. God, my thing is like not zooming right. All right. So. Did I lose it? I want all this stuff off. Sorry, I have all this stuff on. I don't want any of this on. Off, 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 off. Okay, and let's turn off the roads too. And that one. Okay, actually we'll keep that one on. And places will turn. All right. So, yeah, this is the Monterey Bay. This is where we do most of our testing. Oops. Gotta double check, make sure you can see me. Good. We're trying to do these distances here, and I think they'll easily show it. From this distance to here, 22 miles, and it's supposed to be 140 feet of curvature or something. Ridiculous. I think you'll be able to see my portable sun. So anyway, we're going to do that in the coming days. Sacramento River is, gosh darn it, why is this thing that? There we go. All right, so we take the 5 up here. We're going to get over here. And this river, what's crazy about it is it branches off in many different directions. Now, this is one thing that's really cool. And I thought about it, but I just don't know if it'll work. Where is that? Hold on. Okay, right here. Check this out. This spot right here, Sacramento River, comes off here. Boats go on this thing all the time. Watch this distance. I don't think you can see my measuring tool. From here to here. Okay, there we go. It's 10 miles. 10 miles, completely straight. That would be better than the Bedford Level experiment. It's also controlled by locks. But I think that gets a little bit out of control. There's really no reason to go that big. So let me show you what I'm thinking. So back here you have all these outlets. And usually they're controlled by locks. That they're not like free-flowing. So let's go to this one, for example. All right. So this is a river near Sacramento. And I don't know if it'll let me go down here. Let me see if it will. Yeah, let me go right here. Maybe not. Hey, it does. Okay, so like on this other side here, let me get over here. I have a place where, and I'll show you in a little bit, where this whole thing is dirt. It's a field. So I'll kind of find you one of those. No trees next to it. All the way along. Let me back up and show you. See, these are all like little water outlets that come off the main straight, and they're all completely straight. Or not all, but most. Okay, so let's get down to this one then. So like this one here, see how it's got dirt all on this side? Okay, so there's just dirt over here. It's no trees, no brushes. Okay, so if we found and we have one, a 3-mile stretch. Okay, so we're going to say, yeah, this right here is 4. Okay, that's 4 miles. So we're going to get a 3-mile stretch with dirt just on this side. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pay the owner like $200 to use the land, because this is just farmland. So find the owner and say, hey, can I use your river? And people are always, people can be in this river. You can ride jet skis and boats. People do it all the time. It's over by the Delta. People travel through all these things. There's always boats out there. There's rental places. People could rent boats. And see, each stretch is like long, usually about 3 miles. This one's longer, 6. So anyway, let's talk about this one. So let's shorten this to 3 miles. Okay, so we'll go here. All right, so that's 3 miles. And here's what we want to do. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my drawings. And this one we're going to change to drawing, real world paint overlay transition. Okay, so I'm going to draw a little crude picture here. this is for you. Everybody who wants a drawing lesson. We're going to get a little bit. Okay. All right, so we know that we've got on one side some dirt. And again, there is some bushes on the other side, so I'll kind of make it like a dark green. But there's also dirt patches. It's not like bushes the whole way there. It's not like turtles all the way down or anything. All right, so this is on the one side. There's bushes, trees, whatever. Then you've got the water. And again, don't do that. And again, the water's controlled. So it's not like it's a flowing river. Usually it's under lock, meaning it just is sitting there. And then you've got your other side, which is, we know, a field. Okay, dirt, stuff like that. And then you've got, you know, more grass back here or something. And then you've got your sky. Shoot. Grass and sky. Okay, something like that. Bad drawing, I know. But what we're concentrating on is the river. Okay, so we're just concentrating on the river, the dirt behind it, the grass on this side. And I'm going to buy wooden dowels. Okay, so we're going to, oops, delete that. And they're going to be like 4 inches by 4 inches. I'm sure you've seen them before. They're just 4-inch wood dowels. They're kind of expensive because they're like 4-inch square. Get that off there. Okay. What? Black. All right. So it doesn't matter how tall they are. We'll try and get them to be, 6 or 8 feet. Let's say 6 feet. Okay. And we line them up on this let's say this is 3 miles. I know it's ridiculous. We're going to make it look better. But we would need like 12 of them. Okay. Because 3 miles, we're going to do 4 per mile. These wood dowels. And it doesn't matter where they get drilled into the ground. Doesn't matter if ones are taller than the other. Doesn't matter if one needs to go in deeper. And I'll show you why. So we're going to keep doing this. And we should have 12 of them. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. We'll just do like that. All right. But we said 12. Like 1 every quarter mile. Now, what I'm going to do probably ahead of time, and this, again, it doesn't matter, is about 3 feet up or so, I'm going to drill holes in these dowels. Okay. So drill hole, maybe 2 inches big, 2 inches around. Maybe 3 inches if it'll do it without breaking. But we want to have those ready. Originally, we thought about doing it when we're there, but I think it would be better to have them pre-drilled at maybe 3 feet, maybe 4 feet, maybe 5, who knows, something like that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take the laser, and that's fine, we'll do black. Okay, so you have the laser on a tripod here, and you have to level this out with a leveler. Now, this is why I was talking to Jesse Kozowski, because I said, can you be there to do the leveling with your theodolite? We want to make sure that there's no argument about this laser being level. So let's say, there's my little lever. Okay, so we're level. There's the laser. I've got a 3-watt laser, which is 3 times as powerful, which doesn't make a difference, I know, as the original one I used that went 4 miles and had a beam divergence of about 10 feet. This one we're doing 3 miles, and Bob says I can get there's a beam focuser. It's like $100. It's like $99. And so you could do that and put the beam. Now, another thing people have said is if you send this light through a telescope reversed out, that it would be that. I question telescopes and whether or not I want to do that or not. But so where this hits this first board, you would drill it out. Okay. Or you would already have a drill. So you would already have it drilled. So you would hammer it in till it basically is going through like this. Now, again, this side here would be still wood. So I don't say like, oh, that's impossible, it's floating. No, you just want it to go through the hole. Okay. Because your goal is to drill out all these all the way along the path. Okay, so you're going to have them drilled out right where this laser, my laser is blue. I guess I should make this blue so it's better. I have a blue laser, which is also one that's supposed to be better for diffracting. Okay, so we're going to do this and get my laser there. All right, so this laser goes all the way through, all the way down. And at the end, it'll be done. Okay, so now we've sent this laser 3 miles. Remember, we know it goes 4, but at 4 miles, basically what my wife saw is she saw a 10-foot beam, 10 feet in diameter, she said, from end to end, with the laser that I was shooting from 4 miles. So my beam was kind of doing this, right, from 4 miles away. And so, at 3 miles, what would that beam divergence? Probably still too big, but again, we have a 3 times more powerful laser, plus we're going to get a diffractor, and make sure, and that's one thing when I said we have some experiments to do still, we still have to make sure that we can go 3 miles, and my goal is to have less than a 2-inch beam, okay? Because even at 2 inches, then you can know that the middle of that beam is where the middle is, but it wouldn't get that far until you're down here. Here's the interesting thing about this test, that you will know, or at least I will know, by here, or here, or here, whether the Earth is curved or not, and I'll tell you why in a second. So once you send that beam down, and here's where I think it gets a little bit funky, is Jesse Kozlowski says, okay, so then he would send his theodolite from here. He's going to look through his theodolite at level and see what he sees, which, everybody agrees that, if you waved your hand past this little hole down here, that he would see it. Now, here's the problem that I think will happen. I don't think the theodolite will be able to see the holes, because as I've said before, I think the theodolite doesn't measure straight. It measures straight inside of its sight, but things get smaller as they go away. It's hard to describe. But if this was true, if the laser shot straight through, but the theodolite didn't, that would prove either the theodolite doesn't measure straight or the laser doesn't. So, it would be a question. That's the thing that kind of sucks. It would be a question then arguing back and forth of which one doesn't work. But Kozlowski thinks, and many people I've talked to think, they will both see through to the other side. I tend to think that a theodolite might not measure straight, and this is what Robotham thought with the Bedford level experiment, because that's basically the argument that happened, is the telescope saw something different than the photo saw. But anyway, hard to describe, but he thinks it would see straight through. You would wave your hand over here and a black light would, appear and appear. You could do a flashlight, shine it back and forth. Would the theodolite see it? So if everybody agreed that these were both straight, then all you need to do is measure, and this is something a theodolite can do correctly, and I'll tell you why that is in a second, but then all you need to do is measure the distance from this hole to the surface of the water, okay? And if you measure this, then you should go over here and measure the final one, and believe it or not, this distance here should be 6 feet higher. Now, that's why I said that I believe in the globe. If this drill hole is 6 feet higher on this post than the one over here, then it's a ball. That's how I feel. That would be something that I would have to come to grips with it somehow. I would say there's no other way that I would shoot a laser, because I did it 4 miles across the water. I did it. I saw it. The cameraman saw me when we did it off the whiteboard. And to think then that, to send it off that we then, oh no, it's bending. No, the laser didn't bend. I saw the laser go across the water. It did not bend. The water's flat across 4 miles. I couldn't see my wife, of course. She's too far. But I saw the laser. It did not bend that whole entire time across the water. So there's no way it's bending 6 feet. The beam is not bending. So if the Earth is curved, and let me show you in case anybody doesn't understand the whole test. If the Earth is curved, then this water needs to start going this way. And this post would be 6 feet higher, because the curvature calculation is, we know, what is it, 6 times, not the flat Earth one, which is really easy to do, but the 3 miles times 3 is 9 times 8 is 72 inches. And you don't have to take, there's no observer sight, so it's 72 inches, because the observer is right here. It's the ground. This is the ground. To the theodolite and to the telescope, there is no ground. So if this is the ground at 0 inches, then you would put this one over here, and it should be 6 feet higher than the ground. That's that's as tall as I am. And I feel like I cannot picture this at all. Now, I've asked a couple of Globers, and they've kind of hee-hawed about it and said, well, I'm not sure that would prove it. And of course, they're saying that. But that's because when they look at it this way, it becomes painfully obvious that the Earth does not curve 6 feet and 3 miles. It just doesn't. And if you had these holes drilled out and you shot the laser through, and the reason I wanted to do it there is I said, I want to shoot the first laser and then see where it hits the wood, mark it, drill it while we're there. And then you would do that as you go on. So now shoot the laser again. It would shoot through this one, drill this one. Boom, where it hit. Shoot it again, shoot through, drill it, drill it. Right about here, I'm going to notice either the drill holes are getting, for some reason, strangely higher on these posts. And then I would just even stop. At that point, I would say, okay, well, now I need to rethink everything because the earth is curving because somehow I'm drilling higher and higher on these wood posts. I simply think that is not at all what would happen. I think you would get to this end and, you know, somebody asked me, what if it's in between? Well, you know, I think that if it was 1 foot or less, the earth is a plane. You know, if it's between 2 and 4 feet, then the earth is much bigger than we've been told. And again, the reason with this water here, this is your level. You know, this is your level surface. And if it's the above 5 feet, you know, I don't think you can really deny that the only reason that your laser would be heading this way is because those posts are actually curving away. And so let me check the chat room and see if that makes sense to anybody. But that's kind of the plan. And then that would cost these wood dowels. You're probably talking $200 in lumber. I already have the laser. I would have to pay the $100 for the beam focuser. And I said I would give $200 to the owner of the land. You know, so you're talking $500 for a test that I think would show me a lot one way or the other. And at least I would come out of that knowing theodolites don't work, lasers don't measure straight, or the earth is flat or the earth is curved. So if you have a comment on that before I head out, you can leave it in the chat, put my name with it. Oops, didn't mean to close that. I guess it doesn't work when I have this thing open. All right, let's go to this thing here. All right, transition here. All right, so any comments on that? I don't know if you guys think it's a bad idea. Or, I mean, for me, it's just cheap. It's not expensive. It's not crazy. And I think it could show a lot. A laser and a theodolite will show the same thing. Okay, then I think so too. All right. Use the old Egyptian water leveler. Yeah, that's the thing. That was what they used for a reason. See if there's anything else. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't get too crazy about aliens. That certainly doesn't seem like a... And even if there is, I mean, you know, what happened to the Mayan people and stuff? I wouldn't doubt that they were just somewhere else on this plane. Like I drew that flat map and said how you could easily wrap it, and then you make longitude, latitude, and the only weird thing about it is it either means that they happen to be near the center where the compass gravitated or where the compass moved to north, or the North Pole is a human construction. For instance, they put a bunch of lodestone at the North Pole and then gave us all compasses. And if you laugh at that, well, use your head. Think about it. That when did compasses come into play? You know, about the same time as everything else, the same time as Newton and all these boys. That's when they learned that, oh, the compass points to north. Well, that's great. But it's also, lodestone can, you know, affect a magnet. And if you put a mountain of lodestone, Mount Meru, you never know. So just saying that it's just another trapping mechanism that would have been pretty brilliant. Let's see here. Okay, let me check. Caleb, aliens, the moon looks crazy tonight. What does crazy mean? The other day it was really orange. The laser needs to be absolutely level to work. The laser would be absolutely level. I mean, and it would be leveled by the, you know, the theodolite. You know, a bubble leveler, yeah, it has to be exactly level, but there's a difference between a curvature of the earth also and a slant. Like, yeah, that's a good question. I'm wondering if what's the best way. They do have electronic theodolites. I've never really seen an electronic laser. I don't like the idea of electronic, but a bubble leveler also is going to get questions. That's an interesting one. Yeah, because I mean, I think you'd be able to see if it was level from a bubble leveler, but you're right. Over 3 miles, you got to be pretty damn near exact. Those would be demons, my friend. Okay, and is that it? Did I get to the bottom? All right. I'm Alexander Gleason. I feel you. I'm an Alexander Gleason. Yeah, I don't want to put my faith in anybody's map, but I think that the idea of the the azimuthal equidistant still works. And so that's why if other guys want to go off on other things, that's fine. You know, by all means, I want Series to keep doing what he's doing over with the Sun and Moon group, and Darren Nesbitt if he likes that, and everybody who is feeling the flat map, they should explore it. Even if Lori and Lawrence want to keep going on the Pac-Man map, I have no problem with that. That's that would be the best way of finding the truth, because if we run into a corner or we run into a hole or they do, well, then there's still somebody researching and doing it. But instead, everyone turned into, well, you guys are still pushing the circle map, so you're shills. No, I don't have problems with it yet. I still see things about it that work. You know, I don't know exactly some things, but all their debunks are not debunks. Ronnie yelling and screaming about it wouldn't work that way doesn't mean anything. He's wrong. He doesn't understand how perspective works. He just can't grasp it. He says in one day that the sun moves in straight lines. The next day he comes out with a map that shows it going in squiggly lines. Says that it travels straight but parallel, but not, you know, but it has an arc to it. It's all nonsense. It's just again, it's the whole idea of we don't see a ball of gas in the sky. That's not what the sun is. Why the so-called South Pole not magnets? No, it doesn't. No, there's no South Pole magnet. The South Pole is the opposite of the North, so it's just the other end of the needle. There's no South Pole pulling. Well, the North Pole is the South Pole magnet, so I guess that's kind of confusing. But there's no magnets at the outskirts, if that's what you're asking, I hope. I'm not a fan of the AE projection. It is a misrepresentation of the flat plane. In my opinion, it doesn't look like that in reality and is a great tool for the detractors to denigrate us. All right, so Helioskeptic, let me ask you a question. Would you have ever even gotten into this conversation if it wasn't for the circle map? Or was it important to you coming to the realization that you could be lied to about the ball? That being said, you forgot to put a reason. You put, I'm not a fan of the AE projection. It is a misrepresentation of the flat plane. So to say that, that means you have the correct representation or have some idea why it doesn't represent the flat plane. So that'd be my question to you. In reality, it's a great tool for the detractors. You could say that, but then I would just say the opposite and say introducing some other idea or talking about some other idea or saying that the circle is meant to distract us is a pretty good way to get half the group to jump ship. How old is modern history in your opinion? Oldest book you've seen? No, oldest book I've seen is 1700s. I don't know. I would say 1,000 years is my opinion. Somebody else says good, bro. I'm excited to see the results. You'd measure off the water? Yeah, you'd have to measure the distance from the surface of the water to the mark on the sticks. So it wouldn't be from the ground or anything. You have to, because the water is what's level. And if you shot a straight laser, if the laser is straight, then the point where it hits each dowel would have to get higher and higher and higher versus the water. And at the end of 3 miles, it needs to be 6 feet higher. So that's why I think that's a great experiment, because I don't think there's any chance it'll happen. Sounds like a good idea. It's shitty to do it on land. I know sea isn't much better. No, but we're doing it next to the river. So it also, you don't want to do it over water because you get a lot of haze or atmospheric effects. If we did it in the evening, so like, 6, 7 o'clock on a summer night or a fall night, you would not have any refraction over the land. And we're not doing it over the water. We're doing it next to the water so we can measure from the water to the mark on the stick or the hole in the stick. So are you going to use supports or dig holes into the ground? I guess a best idea I think would be like buckets of cement with the posts inside of them, because it doesn't really need, you don't really need to go into the ground as much as, the only part about that, if we did that, then we can't drill until we get there, because it'd be like if I drilled the holes ahead of time, I either have to decide whether I think it's going to be curved or think it's going to be flat. Oh, you know what? We could probably do the math on it and have holes for each. Like straight holes, all 3 foot high, and then have one that keeps getting higher.
These are the ones if it's curved, and these are the ones if it's inverted, if it's a concave.
If it's a Stephen Christ. No, I think that if we put them in buckets with cement or something, then you just set each bucket down, and that would be good. Let's see here. You'd measure off the water, yes. Yeah, I'm excited too. What's the oldest book you've seen? We read that. How old is modern? I read that. I'm not a fan. Okay, so that guy's gonna answer again. Keep up the good work. Appreciate your content. Thanks. Appreciate that. why is it so called not Madden? It's, oops. I can't, this thing will not scroll right. Oopsie.
Matthew Boylan is live right now.
Good for him and his songs. Do really old books have leather covers, and do any of them have anything interesting to say about stars or shape of the earth? It's, you know, all the books have been rewritten, and I wish I could tell you better than that, but no, I don't. I've read Lucretius and those kind of guys. I mean, they wrote beautifully, and they talk. I mean, Lucretius is really good. I was going to read Lucretius, remember? Lucretius has got a poem. If you just look it up on the nature of things, throughout that book, he talks about. Now, it could be the people who rewrote books in 1600 wanted to make those guys sound ridiculous by making him say that the earth is flat and making him say that, but it also could be that he wrote that. So it just depends on how you look at it. He simply doesn't believe in antipodes. Nobody lives upside down from you. The sun is not big. It's very small. It's as big as it appears in the sky. But remember, he talks about mirrors, and the horizon is where everything goes and disappears. So it's pretty interesting. If it was the people who rewrote books, then they were pretty stupid, because they wrote the truth and made it try and look stupid. But when you know the truth and you read it, you're like, hey, that's true. I love your show. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Hori Sheet Show, I like you too. I built a solar filter for my cool pics, documented the sun moving for 2 days. It's a disc. Check out my playlist. I'm going to check it out. Even from San Diego. San Diego. All right, sweet. Another Californian. Let's see here. Are you guys planning on launching another balloon? Yeah, Bob's doing the balloon for the eclipse. We're thinking about it, but I don't know if we're going to have the money. I don't know. I got to talk to Dwayne. Dwayne was going to leave state, and we're not going to go anywhere. So, no, mate, I don't think I'm going to send him with my camera. We might, if we can. I would love to do one, but we'd have to get away from the ocean a little bit. Okay, I agree with you on that, Jaron. It is a good intro to the idea of flat Earth, but it's a globe map. Well, I don't know what that means, really. Everything is a globe map. I mean, that's what is currently taught as the truth. So you're not going to find a map that's not a globe map, or else it's easily dismissed as not what we have in reality.
Well, no
so,
map is a globe map. I mean, you remember we were talking about every flat
yeah,
map is going to not be on a globe.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying that meaning that if you're going to come out with a map, the first thing the globers are going to do is compare it to the globe. And they're going to say, this doesn't match what we know is true. Even though if you look at the Gale Peters, or you look at the Mercator, or you look at all the different projections, all the continents are a different size, which means nobody knows what size they are, but they pretend like they know what the sizes are. So with the map that we see on the screen right now, it's not necessarily a globe map. It is a globe projection, but a lot of the distances work. And like I showed earlier, if you cut out these big areas of water, and again, I find it extremely strange. There's not a lot of flights that go Africa to South America. That distance could be much more, and there's not a lot of flights that go Australia to South America. There's no cruises. No, can you see my mouse? No, you can't. There's no cruises that go from Australia or New Zealand to South America. That doesn't, I mean, there's nobody who's ever circumnavigated north-south. And when you talk about the square map, it just doesn't make sense to me. Again, if we morph or whatever, you know, and let me see if I can bring that up real quick. Up, and I might, maybe paint will still open. Let me see, because I just don't understand the whole thing. It doesn't.
If we morphed, then Jesus rose from the dead.
My wife just said, if we morphed, then Jesus rose from the dead. Yeah, I agree. I'm not into. I don't know. I don't like the idea of things that we can't measure or check. I mean, that was what I felt like when the Earth was a globe, right? I just said, oh, well, I guess I can't do the measuring myself, because these guys say that these distances are crazy. But then when you really start looking at it, go outside tonight and look at the stars, and then you really need to think that there's no way that those stars are 25 trillion miles away. You cannot see 25,000 miles, let alone 25 million, let alone 25 billion, let alone 25 trillion. It's just not going to happen. Your eyes don't work that way. So if you have the flat map, and I'm just talking about a Mercator, which we'll just kind of draw a little crappy one here. Here's your North America. Here's your South America. All right, here's your Africa. Here's your Australia. And kind of go like this. Okay, so this is your Mercator. And I've heard people saying that this is kind of what the map is like. Here's your Canada. Okay. And they basically are saying that I've heard people say both ways, that you, first I heard somebody saying you could go this way and it kind of made sense to me. They said you don't morph to this side because you're also over here moving this way. And I kind of got that. I was like, okay, I could see that because, we kind of exist everywhere. That made sense to me. Okay, we can exist everywhere, meaning if I go this way, I'm also coming from the same land over here this way. It was a little hard, but I said I could see that happening. But then I realized, well, what happens if I go south here? Because the only way it would work is if I also came out here. And I said, but that's not how it works, because that's not how... And they said, oh, no. You come out here. So right away, I threw the flat map away and said, nope, there's no way, because, if people are flying north from Alaska, for instance, this way, and the sun is here going west, then as soon as you went here, you would come out here and it would change day and night. You would see the sun flip to the other side of the plane, right? It's on the left side of the plane. Boop, here's on the right side of the plane. So I just didn't like the flat map at all for that reason. And I've heard a lot of people just trying to describe it different ways. Oh, we don't know what's up here. Oh, it's different down here. It just doesn't work at all. I do find one thing interesting, and that's that Greenland, which they color here and make it like as big as Africa for some reason. And they say it's because of the projection that these things got stretched out. But I really wonder sometimes if Greenland is really a huge landmass. And if you kind of picture a huge landmass, could this... It's just a big, long story from there. There's just a lot to still look into, because the ancient books that I've read, and by ancient, they were all rewritten, of course, but people describe Greenland as being lush and full of greenery. That's why they named it Greenland. So the fact that it's now, this is what the map looks like here when you look at our maps, and it shows like other places out here that are all green and lush, and then there's just this big snow-covered place for no reason. So, oh, I bet you I'm not showing this. Unbelievable. I'm the worst at that. How am I going to ever teach myself to do that? Gosh, that's terrible. Sorry, here's my shitty drawing. Man, I hate when I do that. That upsets me. So I was drawing this, and then I said, if you're going this way, then you would just come out over here like this, or you were always over here. And then I said, okay, what happens when you go south? And they told me you come out over here. And that doesn't work. So, because then you're morphing. And then I might as well live on a ball, because people might as well be upside down for me. What difference does it make? And that's why I got into this, because I don't think people live upside down for me. There's no proof of it. There's no proof of spheres. There's no proof that they pull things to the center. It sounds like a cop-out. The way that they use gravity, the way nobody understands it, the way it's just words, the way the stars are so far away that you can't even fathom it, that everything's so big you can't fathom it. When I learned that, it doesn't matter whether you're going 10 miles per hour in space or 10 bazillion miles per hour in space, that you wouldn't know the difference, that there's no resistance, so what difference does it make? So then it sounds like everything that they built around the mathematic idea behind it, and all they have to do is fake the observations and make sure, that any observation made from the ground matched what they showed us. Meaning, if you go to the moon, you can't get there and it be purple, because people would say, well, we see it as white and cratery from the Earth. So they can go to the moon as long as they present what we expect, because then they can go around calling that, like people do now, proof. Proof is that they went to the moon and it looks like we see it from Earth, and that's proof to somebody, but not me. It's the same thing with like Saturn. People will swear up and down Saturn is real because they can see it through their telescopes, even though you have no idea how small it is or how big it is or how far it is. Yet because NASA goes out and says, yep, we've confirmed what you guys saw on the Earth is true. It's actually a planet with rings. It's 10 times the size of the Earth. But that's not proof. Where's the secondary proof? There is no secondary proof at all. And if there is, you're going to get it from Roscosmos, from JAXA, and those places, which haven't even confirmed that yet. But even if they did, those people are all in on it together. And they would never rat each other out. For anybody who thinks, like, wouldn't Russia rat us out? No, Russia's a bunch of liars, just like the Americans are a bunch of liars, like the Chinese are a bunch of liars. They lie to the people so that they can enslave them. So nobody's going to come out and say, America didn't go to the moon, because America would come out and say, but you didn't send up Sputnik. Then they'd come out and say, but China is enslaving their people by not allowing them access to the outside world, before you know it, the whole world would be in shambles. So the smart thing to do for the leaders is to allow each other to screw people over. In fact, it's what everybody does. It's why the Freemasons exist. It's why the Jews exist. It's why the Catholic Church exists. It's why, because they all are doing something wrong, so they let each other do it wrong. You know, it's like two bank robbers who know each other rob banks. They're going to see each other in the road and be like, hey, what's up, buddy? Nothing, you still up to? Yeah, me too. All right, let's get back to work. And they're just going to go about robbing banks because they're not going to rat each other out knowing that the other one knows what they've been up to. So that's what basically is going on with all the countries. And that's why the space thing, I don't know if there's any countries that don't know. I do think there is countries that believe in space. I really do. And as they kind of come to the knowledge, they either join in or I don't know if anybody's ever not joined in, because you don't have an option. Because again, you've got a bunch of countries that are bigger and stronger than you. I mean, what is I don't know, Kenya going to do if they learn that we're faking space and threaten to tell anybody? They'll, United States or Russia would just say, we'll carpet bomb the whole place. So it's easy for them to keep the truth from everybody. The one thing you have to do, you have to block Antarctica. You have to make sure that you're in charge of Antarctica. You have to make sure that you don't want a lot of people there. So what you do is you make these bases that are separated from each other, and you put people there, and not very many, and you keep them busy, and they report back home. They write blogs. They tell people, they tell classrooms, what's Antarctica like, what kind of animals are there. You send people on cruises there, but you only let them go to that little fishtail that comes out by South America. That's where every cruise docks. Nobody goes inland, and you don't allow, and I saw this in quite a few blogs when I was following some Antarctic workers' blogs, they all say you're not allowed to go anywhere, number one, by yourself, ever. And if you're going to go on these trails, there's like 3 trails you're allowed to go on. You have to go with 6 people. You have to alert 2 people, and then you can only go on those 3 trails. So it'd be very easy to mark trails that don't go anywhere, and nobody can go beyond that. Nobody could. You would get in trouble. It's just not going to be something that anybody's going to do. And then you have a couple people that work for you that supposedly go and cross the South Pole, but nobody's going to be able to do it privately. It's just not going to happen. And it hasn't happened, and that's what's so crazy. I saw this girl's blog, because I just recently, she was like a nurse who went, let me see if I still find it here. Nurse goes to South Pole. She was a nurse, and she was like the first woman to do it solo. And I saw on her blog, yeah, this is her here. Let me show you what I'm looking at before I forget. And browser, nope. Where'd it go? Okay, here. So she was the first female to do it solo. And when I saw that she had her own website, let's see if we go all, what's her name? Swedish nurse becomes fastest woman to solo. Anyway, she's got a website. I thought it was called her name or something. Let's see here if I find it. So anyway, I found her website, and she was like blogging about it or something. So I wrote to her. I think this is it. I wrote to her an email and said, I can't understand. Why did you go back? Because when you look at the map of what she did, let me see, booking shop, search. Oh, this is a different site. I thought she says her Swedish nurse. Trying to find her site here. South Pole, December 24th. So anyway, when they showed her track, she went to the South Pole and then turned around and went back to where she came from. And that just baffled me, because I'm not even an explorer, but if I ever went to the South Pole, you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to keep going. Like, why not just cross the Antarctic? Why would you turn around and go back the way you came? And so I asked her that, and she responded and said, oh, man, I really wanted to, but they told me it would be $70,000 or $50,000 more to pick me up on the other side. So I just thought that was crazy. I'm like, what? Wait, why? Didn't you get picked up in a boat or a plane? How could it cost $50,000 more to simply pick somebody up on the other side? So things like that just always baffle me. It's the same thing with Sir Ranulph Fiennes and his 5-year trip with 3 different miles totals. And nobody ever does it like you think. This last guy that went down there, remember Wharton, he died, supposedly. But there's pictures of him. He supposedly lost a tooth on a certain part of that trip. But then there's pictures of him in his blog after with the tooth again. I mean, that's, you know, something like that may be nothing to somebody else, but to me it's like, well, he didn't get his tooth capped, and then he also went, this is like his first solo trip, which I think this girl's was too, which is funny, because like, okay, so who took this picture? Like, did she go set up the camera and then go walk back and then walk towards the camera? It doesn't make any sense. The person who was the first one to go to the North Pole, remember those two guys? There's a camera crew with them. But there's only 2 people in the record books. If I was the cameraman, I'd be like, what the F? I went too.
That Asian guy and...
It just doesn't make sense. That's, I mean, that's, and people are just convinced. I don't see that anymore. I look at that and I say, look at, like, she was the first one that said solo, right? So who took this picture? She's at the South Pole. Who took this picture? She just gets there and, like, turns the camera around on herself and leans it up. And it just doesn't make sense to me. I just, if you did it solo, then you should be taking nothing but, what is Buzz doing? Oh, Buzz.
Remember he passed out when he went down there?
Yeah, he got sick or something, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
But he's been in space. He got sick because the pressure was too high. And he's been to the moon.
No, when he got there, he was like reminded. He had flashbacks of, oh my god, I went to the moon here. This is where I went.
Yeah, he had flashbacks that was the moon. Like, oh, I do remember this. I've been here before. So anyway, what is that thing? There's so much weird stuff in Antarctica. Remember I told you about lighting up the sky? I mean, look at this thing. Psh.
Oh, yeah.
What is that thing? South Pole Telescope Primary Mirror. Yeah, I wonder what you use that for. Oh, I should bring up the mirror thing. I'll bring that up some other time. The space mirror thing.
Oh, yeah.
But that's good. Yeah, I don't know. There's just tons of Antarctic pictures. So anyway, I'll check the chat one more time and I'm done. I talk too much. I'm tired. What's this one? NASA Airborne Radar. So, let me check the chat, and I'll be done. I'm going to let you look at this, because it is beautiful. Till we go. That's art right there.
Are you sharing?
Yeah, look at that. Isn't that art? It's my Mercator map.
Better than most art I see.
So I'll check the chat. 1 second, and hopefully there's not a whole bunch in here. I'll fund it. Just let me be there. Yeah, people, I'm going to, yeah, well, as soon as we decide when and get the okay from whoever the owner is, then I'll tell everybody. I think it'd be better if there was a whole bunch of people there. So I think there's a lot of Californians. We haven't had any kind of meetup really here yet. And we hope to do something soon. So maybe this would be cool to do like mid-August or something. Let me see here. Yeah, South Pole Not Magnet. I read that. Have you ever been to Pepper's Mexican restaurant? Can't say I have. It's not Pac-Man, but it has to be something else. You know, Helioskeptic, I would say, why, if you watch this show, why does it have to be something different? What about the circle map doesn't work? You know, if somebody showed me something that doesn't work, then, you know, I would feel the same. But I felt like everybody who ever said that, from Lawrence and Lori, their reasons are ridiculous. I mean, look at the two guys. They say that there's no 24-hour sun in the north, which there absolutely is. You know, and Bob, for one, has seen it, and I've seen tons of videos, and you can talk to people. I've talked to people who live in Norway who right now are having the 24-hour sun. So I think it's clear that there's a 24-hour sun in the north. There's nobody who's hiding that. People live there. Think about Ushuaia. Ushuaia is the southernmost city, and people always say, how does it have 16 hours of sun? Why doesn't it have 24 hours of sun? I mean, why is it only have 16? It should have way more than that, in my opinion. I mean, I think 16 is easily done with a rendering sun. I don't know. Keep up the good work. Appreciate your content. So why do I keep reading the same thing? Pepper's Restaurant. I saw that. I'll fund it. Yep, it'll be fun. Sun is a disc. Got it on video. Yeah, I'm going to check it out. You know, that's going to be sweet. Oh, you mean that you think the actual sun is a disc? Would that... I'm going to think about that one. I'm going to play with that one, because when I say it's a reflection, I don't mean that, you know, it could be a disc-like thing that's reflecting off of it. I'm just wondering how would that render to people? Like, what if it was on an outward bend, like a convex lens, and it was shined off that? I wonder if it would render differently for people. I'll think about that. You have 3 GPS latitude points, 2 of them to aim the laser. Prefer that they be a few meters apart, and one is about a mile away, so you can line it up with the 2 points. I still don't get what you're really saying there. I mean, I've shown people before how east is not what people think, east and west. So, but I think that's a known thing. That's why, Cool Hard Logic is way off when he says no planes turn when they're at the 50 latitude and they go straight. They absolutely have to turn. If you don't turn, you'll go underneath Australia from the 50 degrees north. What are your thoughts about the transition from atmosphere to the vacuum of space? I think it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. But I don't think the vacuum is the way that they've described it. That's, I guess, a better way of putting it. Let's see here. Do you really old books have leather covers? Do any of them have anything? Okay, I read that. Yeah, I think we're almost done. I built a solar filter for my cool pics. Documented sun moving for 2 days. It's a disc. Yep, I'm going to check that out. Balloon, I read that. You only need a few poles, not a whole bunch, like 3 or 4. The reason I say that 12 is because as you're going down, I think you would realize it quicker. It'd be interesting to see as we drilled each one, but I see what you're saying. But then again, also with the laser, it's not quite what people think. The laser, I mean, it'll go quite a way, and we saw it go 4 miles. But I just think shooting each one, I like the idea of turning it on, hits a piece of wood, we drill it out, then we turn it on again. It's going to go through that piece and hit the next one, drill it out. But I understand there's some logistic issues there. We'll talk about it. Use buckets of sand instead of cement, probably cheaper. The only thing about that is, what if they moved? I don't know if... See, the thing is, there's too much movement that would have to happen to impact the experiment. You're talking about 6 feet after 3 miles. No wind is going to blow the piece of wood even down or anything. Yeah. Or sand, yeah. It's just not going to... Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Or maybe building bases for them? I don't know. I'll think about it. See if there's anything else here. Where are we at? Damn, I lost where I was. Can you answer the question? I'm sorry, I'm getting there. It's just more fake news about girl and the South Pole, right? Yeah, it could be, but again, this is what I always find out. Whenever I see something, maybe you can help me think of something, because I always bring them up. Whenever there's something that they say that they shouldn't have said, then I always wonder what that must be real. For instance, if they're going to fake that girl going to the South Pole, then they fake her going across. And they don't have her respond to my email by saying that it costs $50,000 more to pick her up on the other side, because that's ridiculous. So I chalk that up to being that it was a true thing, that she went to the South Pole, to the edge, or to the ice shelf, and she walked as far as to the point where they say is 90, and she came back. That's highly possible. There's no reason why I would think, unless I, asked her and she gave some ridiculous reason. But to say it's 50, that's something that sounds like something somebody would tell her. Like, oh, you want to do that? Well, actually, it would be this. It'd be cheaper for you to do that. And then if she went even further, then they would make up something else, or they would stop her some other way.
She wouldn't have said that.
But I don't think she would say that if she was fake. It would be easier to just say, oh, I didn't want to. That would be a better answer. Why tell me it's going to cost more? Unless it really did. Let's see here. Where are we at? Where did I leave off? Do you think Antarctica might be as fake as space? No. Nope. I think that there is a place that's extremely cold and on the outskirts. The furthest away from the sun you can get, I would say, is Antarctica. Oops, where am I at? This person said, I used sacred geometry, Pythagorean triangle, calculated the top of the firmament above North Pole, 7,600. NASA says VAB 7,200. Calculated sun to 2999 with phi and matches with shadow measurement. I'll have to check that. I don't know if that now take the 4th place. You can triangulate it to 2999, but then if you take somebody else, the 4th viewer, it won't come out right. But I'll check that. I don't think anybody's been able to do that with 4 people. Jaron, do you think... Oh, I read that one. Okay, almost there. True, gonna call. If take 3 GPS, same latitude. Okay, so like we're at 36, I think. Point 2 of them to aim a laser. Prefer that they be a few meters apart. 3rd point is about a mile away. Shouldn't line up with 2 points. I don't understand. Whoever 100 jacks is, you're not telling me where we're aiming. So we have 2 points a few meters apart. So let's say my house and down the street. And we aim them a mile away. And then there's another laser. As it says, it shouldn't line up with the 2 points. I don't get where. Oh, you mean aiming back at the two lasers? I still don't get it really. Before you're done, tell us why flat Earth is so important. Well, it's only important if you care about being lied to for your entire life, and that for me that I think the most important thing for people is where we live, because there's so much that goes into that as far as knowing, spiritually, and knowing that I went away from the idea of there being a creator, and went away from there being anything like supernatural, because I was taught that it's not needed, that the earth and the universe and all that could exist without it. And when they give you numbers like 4.54 billion years and 13 billion years for the universe, and they know what happened at the Big Bang, and they know how to date things, well, it sounds like people much smarter than me. I can't date things. I have no idea how you'd even start. So then you just start giving them permission to say whatever, and you just let them say whatever over and over again. And then if you go looking into it and you find that there's such big, you guys have all heard of how many chromosomes we have, right? So go look up after the show, go try and find a picture of chromosomes. Try and find a picture, which is easy, right? They use a microscope, and they know how many we have. They know how many people with Down syndrome have. They know how many monkeys have. So go find an image of chromosomes, and you won't find one. You won't find a picture of a DNA double helix strand. It doesn't exist. That's not what they're describing. Is their ideas, their constructs, and they build computers, and then they put things into the computer reader, and it outputs what they've designed the computer to output. And so it's not, same thing with dating techniques. I mean, there's so much wrong with dating. I've seen somebody do a test on lava that came out. They tested it and it came back like 30 million years old. And the lava was just created. It came out of the volcano and flowed down and then hardened, and they measured it. So there's nothing you can date that's going to come out correct. They don't date rocks. They can't date paper. They only can date organic materials. So when you realize that, and then you see people getting fired for having found, soft tissue in bones that they're calling dinosaur bones, they just fire them from their jobs as teachers. You find out teachers aren't allowed to even mention anything other than evolution. You got people like Lawrence Krauss going around saying evolution is a fact. There's no debating it. Followed by, but science is great because we never determine if anything's true. It's just all nonsense. Biggest one for me is still George Ellis saying that there's so many models that can describe our observations, but the fact is that they've decided the observations match this one, philosophically speaking, and he says there's no problem with that, but that a lot of cosmology tries to hide that. And so that's a scientist who's a famous scientist who's told you that there's some parts of science that are trying to hide something, and that then is no longer science. Then now you've gone into politics, you've gone into control, you've gone into indoctrination, subversion, and then we have every right to question everything coming out of science. And people can say, oh, but those people are smarter than you, they know more. Great. Then they could be very much smarter at the lie. Neil deGrasse reads a book, feels like he's an astrophysicist. That's fantastic. It doesn't mean it's true. It means that he read the book really well, and that's it. You could read a book all you want about the O.J. Simpson murder. You can think you're the best versed person in the O.J. Simpson murder. Doesn't mean it happened, just because you are an expert at that murder. So let's see here. What else? So that's why it's important. If you've been lied to, and on that kind of level, that we live on a plane with an unbelievable sun that does things that none of us can even fathom, that the moon is we don't know what, but it keeps time better than our calendars can. You look at nature and know that nature is coming from nothing, and you measure the amount of dirt underneath your cucumber patch, and you plant cucumbers, and then 3 months or 2 months later you've got an extra 50 pounds worth of weight that came from nothing, that you measured the water you watered it with and it was only 20 pounds. There's something that is beyond what we've been taught and told, and science ignores it and teaches us it doesn't exist, but it's what's inside of us. God is the source, the creator is the reason that we exist. Like, we all exist through that. It's not fathomable through human minds. And that's my whole problem with religion, is religion has put God in a box. They've made him come down to earth. They've made him talk to Moses. They've made him kill the firstborn of all Egyptians. And that's the worst thing you could ever do, because once you've given form to the formless, you've given form to the one thing that cannot have form, the one thing that supervents, is way beyond form, then you've reduced humanity to think of God that way, and that's what they do. Now they all think God is a crazy tyrant, and I think he is too. If you're talking about the Bible God, that is not God. And if somebody gives you a book and tells you, here, this is the Word of God, the first thing you better do is read it, and then from the words inside of it, determine whether or not that book is from the Creator. And if you find things like human mistakes, human renditions, human analogies, human metaphors, human translations, then you probably should think about that and think, well, is this really human or is it not? And if it's not, well, then, you have every right to question it. And I think there's great things in the Bible, absolutely great things, but I think there's bad things too. And so I think it's because of humanity's putting a box around the Creator. And when you look at the world, it should be obvious, it is for me now, that there's something so far out of this world that makes it all exist. I always tell my wife, I don't know, when I tell you it's like hard to even think, but like, look at what you are. I mean, look at how you exist. Look at your arms, and like there's cells in your arms that know to be there. And the way that you heal when you get a scar, and it repairs it. And in fact, your bones repair themselves. If you break your arm, they put you in a cast because it repairs the bone. The bone fixes itself. And there's just a lot about this world. It's not natural. It's crazy. We saw that tree. There's some tree that's got like 50 different fruits coming out of it, because if you cut off a branch of a peach tree and put it onto a plum tree, it'll continue to grow. It will keep growing. I mean, it's just crazy things in this world that are insane. The rice experiment, if you haven't done it, I know I've said it 1,000 times, but I think it's so important that you do it. Do the rice experiment, and then you'll realize why it's so important to tell your wife how beautiful she is every day. Because if you do that and you share that moment every day, then it's just the same as the rice. If you don't, or you yell at each other, then expect them to get uglier. Expect them to break down. Expect their insides to become mush and them die young. Because, yeah, say how young somebody looks. Because we know that if you tell the rice you love it and it's a good little rice, and you tell the other one turns into a soupy, disgusting mess, and the other one maintains its appearance. It still looks like we'd eat it out there. So once you realize that, then it should change and should recognize, why does the media tell me all these bad things? Why do... it's just like I've said before, but about my comments or this chat, when people are in there saying the rudest things, if you let that get to you, if you respond to them, if you get upset by it, then they did their job, or they did, they did the job of the darkness, of the evil, because all it's doing is manifesting into reality. And that's my big reason why I think the internet was allowed to come out, is because we don't even realize it, but you've got people making videos calling me a coward who are putting that out there. They're putting out this negative energy where they're upset and they're angry and they're hateful. And everybody who watches that passes on to them. Whether anybody realizes that or not, they're putting that out in the air. Then those people are adopting that kind of feeling. Then people are commenting and they're all upset. So, and nobody even had to go face to face with anybody. So you can just call somebody a coward from behind a computer and upset a whole bunch of people, and there's no repercussions. Whereas in real life, there's repercussions. Call me that to my face and you'll find out I'm not a coward. So the problem with that is the internet has allowed people to put on this mask of invisibility and become this evil troll-like person and hide out in the dark while others can't. It's pretty sad. It's just the whole Red's rhetoric thing. It's great that he has this, but don't go around calling people dumb idiots and stupid, and because you're not doing it with your real name. So, that's really the most cowardly thing you can do. I mean, there's no repercussions for that. It's just like I've said before, we call somebody fat when you're when I was a kid or when I was young, and you'd have to see them cry or they'd punch you in the face. And that teaches you right there as a human. You're like, I guess that sucks to call somebody that. Oh, I guess I can get hit when I make fun of somebody. And you learn how to live in a society. Nowadays, I mean, you can see a girl's picture on Instagram and tell her how fat she is and how ugly she is, and there's no repercussions for you. There's just, you get away with it. But there is for her. Yeah, it hurts her feelings, and it puts out that negative energy. And if people get that every day, getting texts saying they're fat or getting shamed on Instagram, then they will remain that way, because that's how they feel about themselves. They think they're ugly, they're worthless, they don't have any reason for being here. Those are the people who go out and commit suicide. Those are the people who shoot up banks or whatever. I mean, it's just, that's what puts negative energy out there. And it seems to me the world is being overtaken by that negativity. And I think when I look at it, it's the internet, it's TV, it's mainstream news, it's newspapers, it's magazines. They make certain women look unbelievably amazing with airbrush and all this stuff, and it makes other women feel insufficient and second guess their looks. And it's just a whole big web of kind of doubt and fear and hate, all the things that would manifest negatively. And I mean, the world could be fixed if we just changed that to positive, to where everybody had a positive thought. And we, rather than have the news be about the negative things, have the news be about everything good that was done. And then that would manifest, and before there'd be so much good going on that there would be no more bad. But instead, why would you ever do news about the negative things when it can be proven by just doing the rice experiment that all you're doing, if you have a news story that says this black cop killed or this white cop killed this black guy, you are creating racism. You're creating a racist feeling, because there's a lot of white people out there that will say, well, that black guy deserved it. He was doing this, this, or this. And there'll be black people out there saying that black guy never deserved this because that cop should never shoot him. And both people could be right. Nobody was there. So none of us know. And what it creates is a racist feeling across the country. And then you've just with a little stupid news story, look what you've done. And then you wonder, why would the media be taken over by the government? It's like so obvious, because they can say whatever they want, and it becomes the thought tomorrow that everyone would go to the water cooler thinking whatever the media wanted to say. Everybody thinks Russia interjected in the election, and whatever they put out there, everybody believes. So that's what I'm saying. Flat Earth is important because it's the thing that makes a guy get up off the couch that probably wouldn't have no matter what. You could tell him we're bombing Yemen. You can tell him that people were, a boat of 500 was drowned. Whatever it is, he's not going to get up and pay attention. But if you tell somebody the earth is flat because it shocks you, because I think we all deep down inside know it. I think we all knew it as a child. And I think when we all got told that in 3rd and 2nd grade or whatever it was, we looked around the classroom like, what? And then you have to come to that realization, because anybody you go to is going to confirm it. You go to your mom, dad. We live on a ball? Yep. How do we not fall off? Well, it's because of gravity and this. How does the water not fall? Because of this. Okay. And then every movie you see and every logo and everywhere you look, it's all about the globe. And so there's no way you can come out of 6th grade and not believe in it, or 4th grade or 3rd grade. You have to be a believer. And so at that point, it should be the most obvious thing in the world. Like it's good that we teach children, boy and girl, at a young age, because it's the most obvious thing, and they're going to be able to come out and know that is a fact. And you can go back and look at evidence and you're fine. But with the globe, when you come out and you go back looking for evidence and there isn't any, I mean, the craziest thing, and this is something I thought there was evidence of the whole time I became a flat earther, but now that I realize there's no evidence that spheres happen because of gravity. None. I mean, there's no evidence of a sphere happening because there's a center force which doesn't even make sense now. It's like laughable. I mean, how does it become the center force? When did Earth raise its hand and say, I'm going to be Earth and you be Mars and you be Venus, and let's start collecting this dust onto us? It just makes no sense. And everything should be one big ball if there's gravity. Why wouldn't everything, if everything in the universe was created at one time, then it should have gone blast out, then right back to the ball. Because gravity just overtook it. Think of how much mass was at that initial moment. It'd be the most amount of mass. It'd be every bit of mass that there is. And how could anything get away from that gravity? It wouldn't be able to. Yet we have this whole universe of yeah, right. It just doesn't make sense. It's simply not true. And so flat earth wakes people up, makes them think, and go out and experience the world. And if we go out and measure things and we force NASA to prove that what they're doing is true and force these people at the top to prove what they taught us in school, then that's not bad. Then we come back and we say, well, Jaren's an idiot because he told us the earth was flat, but at least we learned all the reasons it's not. But that's not what we're getting. Instead, we're getting called names, we're getting shunned, called idiots, morons. Well, that's fine, but we're also trying to save those people too, which is pretty sad. It's not like we're trying to save flat earthers only, and we don't care if those people are lied to. And I feel bad for people that are lied to. Sean Hufford or Reg Rhetoric, that I think are smart people. They're extremely smart, but smart about a lie. That they could have. I mean, think of how far along humanity could be if it wasn't for this lie. I mean, we would be doing unbelievable things, probably talking to each other telepathically. I don't put that past us at all. I think it's highly possible. But when you're told that you can't do that at such a young age, you'll never develop it. You'll never even try it because you don't think it's possible. So that's what I think is important about it, and I think it could change the world and I think it could happen tomorrow, as far as if people got out there and actually, I don't know, I say somebody rich, I don't mean give money to me, relax. I mean, if somebody rich were to catch wind of this and say, hey, I've got $10 billion, I'm going to spend $3 billion on proving this one way or the other, then they would be able to do it. It just so happens that none of us have the money to do it. And, I understand I don't give very many people money, donations. I do give a couple people on Patreon, other people I think are doing good jobs. Gave Mad Mike $5 for that launch to put our name on the side of it, or Flat Earth. So when I do, and I can, I do. But I understand when people can't. But I also look at, what do I have, 70,000 subs. And I mean, imagine even what $1 a person would do. Even for those that think I'm a shill, or even those that think that they're just watching me to laugh. $1 a month, that'd be $70,000 a month. I mean, that's crazy. And to think of all the experiments and tests, I mean, that, that's the kind of thing that we, not for me, but as a community, if we looked at a way that we could get things done, that, and I don't know what that way is, but it certainly isn't going to be found out anytime soon if we don't get somebody who starts moving. Now, there is people doing it. I know there's a GoFundMe of some guys going to the North Pole who say, we've never been told the truth about a North Pole journey. We're flying there. I don't remember their GoFundMe. I'll say it on the next show. But those kind of people are people I will donate to because I want to know. And if somebody's saying they're going to do that, let's. It doesn't mean that they're going to come back with the truth, but it means that we can all be the judge. And also, if it means a small amount of money, that's what NASA's about, right? Because NASA, I mean, if you really, really look at it, you don't give very much money to NASA. That's not the point of the whole thing. It's not like they stole my $4 this year or this month. It's not even close to that. It's probably $1 a person or something. I don't even know what it would be. Oh, it has to be much more than that. 53 million a day, 2 point something billion. I don't know what it is per person, but whatever it is, it's not as much as we might think. But the problem is the whole amount of it all put together is a very large amount. Imagine if, let's just say I was to get $53 million. I mean, one time. Think of everything that you would expect of me over the next 10 years with $53 million. NASA gets that every day. So when you look at it that way and you really say, what has NASA done? They've made a logo. They have gift shops and and they send a little space plane upside down far away from you. And they have a tin can that orbits that people are in that float. I mean, that's what they've done for $53 million a day. There's nobody in this world that you would give $53 million a day and accept that as except for if you build up this space dream, the whole idea of space travel, and you make Elon Musk talk about, going to Mars, and you parade Buzz Aldrin around all drunk. You do those kind of things and people buy into it and think. The other thing, by doing the moon landing, it made it very American. And so now America, those guys, they will never even consider that we didn't go to the moon, because it's like patriotism. If you say that, you're un-American. Those are our heroes. Those liars that, heroes. No, it's just, that's what happens. And then it's a hard thing to get back because people already believe it and they've never been there. No one's ever seen it. No one's ever gone to the moon. No one's ever been out in space, except for a couple people that all work for the same company, and they're all bound by military oaths. So it's either trust them or, and if they were up there saying things that matched our senses, like, then how, you don't really have a reason to question it. But when they tell you the sun, which we clearly see move through the sky, as clear as can be, the sun rises and sets, and it's not very big compared to the Earth. And yet somebody tells me it's 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. 1,000,000. 1,000,000 times. Think of something in your house and then think of something 1,000,000 times the size of that. It's like my computer mouse here. So 1,000,000 times the size of this is probably this city. So I mean, it's, when you think of it that way, you're like, it's not 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth. It's ridiculous. So anyway, guys, it's been fun. And I got to go to bed because I got Globebusters in the morning, and I got to be back at being in charge of it. I'm going to have to do the OBS. So be there, be sphere, and should be a good show. Bob's going to show a couple things, and should be fun. I'm trying to think, was there something else I was going to show tomorrow? Oh, I think I might talk about the experiment again, just to see if we can get people to think that that's a good idea. I just think it's good because there's other things I've thought of, but for the money wise and like walking away from it, I can't picture walking away that night and not having learned something very important. And that's kind of what you should do with every experiment. The worst thing you can do is go do a bunch of work, call a bunch of people together, and then walk away and everyone be like, oh, we didn't learn anything. And I can't really picture something like that happening with that experiment. So that's why I like it. And write a comment if you think anything differently. Until then, guys, be kind to each other, don't lie, and open your mind. There's truth inside. Till tomorrow morning, this has been Jeranism. Peace!